You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Kimberley Reserve for the Eastland match of the round. It is Chirnside Park versus Whitehorse 3v2 in Division 4 with a spot in the top two up for grabs for the winner of today's game. Very important in the context of both sides' seasons. It's fantastic to be out at Kimberley Reserve. Very different conditions, Blake, to the first time we're out here. Not the sun that we had in round two. It's a wet afternoon, which we've had the last couple of weeks, so should make for a bit of a different contest with a couple of changes suiting those conditions across the week. I'm Ryan Long, joined by Brett Beston, Blake Tennant and Jono Venn. Brett, I'll start with you. I think we've switched headsets and I've been playing around with your volume and you've been doing vice versa.
But
we're all sorted.
I'm all good now.
Bit of musical chairs happening around here.
Welcome to day one of broadcast.
Yes.
Broadcast
We should.
101.
Yeah, it's round 17. We still haven't worked out where the headsets go, but great to have you on board
today.
today.
All over the place.
Yes, that's right.
Yes.
And Blake Tennant also joining us today, calling the game. And you were out here last week and saw Chirnside Park, saw them defeat Kilsyth, and you saw 3/4 of the game before you left and missed the 1,000 goal from Justin
I wish
Van
I was
Noonan.
there, but I had other things bit more special. I know my priorities need to be in check, but that happens. But the ground, I must have to admit, it's actually been it's in great nick at the moment. You know, last week it was pretty average. You know, I think all around here when you're looking on the broadcast today, here and there was very muddy and not great. The forward line looks a bit muddy, but apart from that, looks tremendous conditions out here down here at Kimberley Reserve. I believe they're also hosting finals as well tomorrow, so it's going to be
junior finals.
A massive day for Chirnside going forward. Yeah,
it's a massive weekend for the club out here at Chirnside Park. And John Van also joining us for the first time in a few weeks. Good to have you back on board, and a very intriguing game today between the two sides.
Thanks, Ryan. Good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon to everybody listening on the various channels that we're on. Although it is a bit of a drab day in terms of the weather, so it's a great opportunity to actually listen to this one on the radio and watch it on YouTube, as the case may be. Looking forward to it. That's
a great point. It's a great if you're at home today, you can be inside and watch the game rather than coming out. But we are joined now by Andrew Haining, the senior coach of the Whitehorse Football Club. Andrew, it's great to have you on board. It's the first time we've seen the Pioneers for a match of the round in, I think, 6 years. I think 2018 was where obviously you weren't at the club then. So it's good for Whitehorse, and it's good for us to finally actually get out and see the Pioneers live.
No, definitely excited, and I hope you guys have a great call today. It's always good to sort of have Whitehorse be present. I think sometimes we're just a little family-run club, and can sometimes get it forgotten about within the 46 clubs of the league. So, very honoured to be part of a radio game for sure.
And how is the club going at the moment? Obviously, the senior women's are set for a final series. So are you guys. You're looking potentially a chance for a double chance, particularly if you get over the line against Chirnside Park. So it must be a pretty good vibe down there at the club.
No, it's going great at the moment. Obviously, the girls are second at the moment. They're playing at Vermont today. I'm not too sure how they've gone so far.
I'll have a look for you.
Honest, but hopefully they're getting a win and they'll finish seconds, get a double chance in Premier. Obviously, our reserves are playing at the moment in front in the second quarter, which is great to see. Hopefully they'll also sort of finish in the top two. And then with a win today for us as well, that sort of helps us go a long way for having a chance to get the second chance as well.
G'day, Ann. Oh, sorry,
Blake. I am down here, mate. You just need to turn your back a bit.
Oh, look out.
Andrew, always good to have a chat with you. We've talked during the week and all that, but I want to talk about the big elephant in the room as we speak. A very key out for you guys. He's kicked about 58 goals. Missing out of your side this week. Tom Young, do you want to just talk us through that and the process during the week of why he's not playing today?
No, unfortunately, Tom rolled his ankle 2 weeks ago in our last game, and he just hasn't come up for this week. So, yes, it is a bit of a miss. We'd love to have Tom out there, but it sort of gives a few of the other guys who are playing really good football in Kerms and Eggs an opportunity to lock down some tough spots coming into the back end of the season. Horvat's obviously missing as well, who's just on a little summer holiday, who will be back as well.
Yep.
But for me, in terms of forward line, I think it's really important it's a big day for the midfield. Because the forward line's only going to work as well as what the midfield can produce.
When are we expected to see Tommy back?
He'll be back in a couple of weeks.
Yep.
So,
Does that actually, the conditions actually probably help? Obviously, you would love to have those two guys playing today. Does it sort of favour you that it is going to be maybe a bit of a tough game with the weather and depending on the condition of the ground as well?
I think regardless of the conditions, if we can get on top in the midfield, control their good forwards as well, as long as we're getting enough 40-50 entries, I've no issues in thinking that our forwards can score goals. Yes, obviously those two have scored a lot of goals, but we've had a lot of other players that have kicked 2 and 3s in different games. So I've no issues in JT, Kerms, Eggs, BT, Stoffs as well, popping up and kicking a handful of goals. It's going to be a collective effort. I don't think, I think 10 goals will probably win it today. Yeah. So if a few of those can kick 1s and 2s and maybe a 3, I think we can set ourselves up for a good day.
Speaking of a few blokes, kicking goals, obviously 2 weeks ago there was quite a few in your team who perhaps wouldn't normally kicking goals against Forest Hill. What have you taken from the big wins and perhaps the big losses, but in particularly 2 weeks ago when you played Forest Hill? What do you take from a big win like that?
Yeah, so it's interesting. We had 3 weeks in a row where we played Croydon, Nuttawading, and then Forest Hill. We actually had high scoring shots against Croydon and Nuttawading, but I think it was like 10, 12 goals and 24 and 25 behinds in 2 of those wins. So going into that last game against Forest Hill, we had a lot of focus of just kicking our goals and what we can do to turn it around. So it just shows, like, if we went from a 50-point win to a 100-point win and still had the same amount of scoring shots. So it was a huge focus over the last the week leading into that game, just around putting pressure on ourselves and converting when in front of goals. And I sort of liken it to a bit of like, the shooter's mentality in basketball, Steph Curry or something like that, that if you have a shot and you miss, who cares, move on. The fact that we're getting inside 50s, getting chances to have shots on goal, that's what I want to see. Not so much putting pressure on. If you miss one, then you better kick the next one. Let's just make sure we're getting another shot again.
Just in terms of the form line, so far this season, your two sides have met twice. Round 2 probably not too relevant. It was a Chirnside Park win, but round 8 you got hold of them a wee bit. Do you think you can sort of take anything away from that? Does it give you a slight edge?
Yeah, I think round 2 we probably didn't really know much about each other, and it was sort of just just the first introduction against each other, and we sort of prepared ourselves very well for that round 8 game. It was also at home, and I think we just had we sort of had one of our better sides that we've had on in all year. And we sort of jumped them early and were sort of able to hold on to a strong lead from early in the game. But the score probably didn't really reflect how close and what a tough contest that day was for the back 3 quarters of that game.
Andrew, the time's come. Your Chandler medal in 2014. I know you probably got a timer on you. Know how long I would take to say this, but do you still hanging up in your wardrobe or?
No, they got expiry dates. So after 10 years they expire, so you're not meant to mention those.
You have to give them back after 10 years.
Yeah, I've already given it back to you, fellas.
Oh, I just thought I'd mention that one in. So, but how have you found coaching? I know you've been a very big player down at Montrose. Won a premiership there, of course. 2014 Chandler medal we touched on. One of the best rucks in Division 1, and when the side went down a grade. How have you found coaching down here at Whitehorse?
No, thanks, Blake. I'll give you that $50 in a second. I've been enjoying the coaching side of it the last 2 years. Whitehorse is a great, as I said, it's a great family-orientated club. Really high emphasis on our women's team. Our junior program is doing really well. We could probably get a bit closer with them. Hopefully we're going to get some 19s coming through next year. Our 17s are doing really, really well. They train with us every week, both nights. So just having those connections is a really great starting point for the future of the club. But yeah, in terms of coaching, I definitely think that I'm a better coach this year than I was last year, and I'd like to think that hopefully next year I'll be a better coach again, just with continual improvement on myself and working on how to be a better coach, as well as continuing to continue to be a contributing player.
Definitely, and as you said, you are a player, so you've got a lot to prepare for this afternoon, so we're going to let you go. Thank you so much for giving up some time before the big game. All the best today, and we're looking forward to seeing how you and the Whitehorse Pioneers go this afternoon.
No, I appreciate it, guys. Have a great call. Andrew
Haining there, the senior coach of the Whitehorse Football Club, has done a fantastic job in his time at Whitehorse so far. And Brett, I've said this a couple of times this season. I think this is the right person to lead the club. I think it's going to be their next premiership coach. I don't know if it's going to be necessarily this year, could be next year, but I think they've got the makings of their next premiership side.
Yeah, I think so. Look, I mean, going back a few years, like Whitehorse, they showed a lot of promise and they had some pretty decent players. I mean, I remember, I'm going back a few years now, but they had Andrew Padbury up forward and he used to kick bucket loads of goals and they always were there or thereabouts, but they never quite kicked on. So, and we didn't know what Andrew Haining was going to do when he came in, player coach, untried. But he's done really well, and he's certainly got them going in the right direction. And they've still got a sprinkling of experienced players with some newer players. So no, they're definitely heading in the right direction, 100%.
Certainly right, and Blake, playing coaches at this level, I think is a perfect opportunity to get into coaching for someone who's just coming to the end of their career on the footy field. And then I'm sure you'll get to a stage where you can't play forever, and might just transition into a senior coach permanently. And I'm really looking forward to seeing not just today and how the Pioneers go, but how they go for the rest of the season as well as beyond into 2025.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of playing coaches though lately across the league. We've seen with Robbie Nahas, of course, obviously hanging up the boots, and Andrew Haining stepping in. I don't know if there's any. Well,
Blake, the last two premiers in Division 4 have been playing coaches. Trent Martin with Sylvan and obviously James Kenworthy. Yep. With Surrey Park last year. So
maybe it's a right thing in a step direction that we could be seeing the same thing replicating a couple.
Don't forget the link with Andrew Haining being under Johnson at Montrose when they won the final.
That's correct. Yep. Very good play he was, Brett Johnson. Thanks for reminding me, Lee.
Right, he used to grab. He was the AFL players.
No, I think he
wellness coach.
I think he works for Geelong.
But he used to though back then.
Oh yeah, but he
used to take the footage in on Monday and you watch it in the AFL boardroom as part of his coaching before player review that night.
So there you go. But he also right now, as he speak right now, Lee, he gets all the messages from Chris Scott. So I'm sure that'll be a hard job considering what his brother said to our great friend in Spider Lee. So.
We should have actually got the audio clip ready for that one.
Well, you mentioned it yesterday
I was going to, but he was shying away from it, so I didn't want to bring it up. But
poor Spider. That's all I have to say. I kind of felt bad.
Going head-to-head with Scott and might do it again today. Back on this contest, we've got Dave Newlands from Chirnside Park also joining us in just a second, but there are games around the division to talk about, and Division 4 will start at, considering we're already here, and all top 4 sides are playing one another this weekend. Kilsyth Scoresby's the other big matchup out at Pink's Reserve, Brett, and it's an opportunity for Kilsyth to really show something, because I don't think they're going to make the double chance from here. So they've got nothing to lose. Scoresby are sitting pretty comfortable on top with a very healthy percentage and have probably been one of the best 2 sides in it. For Kilsyth, they haven't taken a massive scalp, I don't think. Maybe they did beat Chirnside back in round 1, but that's a long time ago.
Yeah, probably not that
and probably Whitehorse, but you're probably just looking for them to take 1 or 2 more scalps going into a final series, just to have a bit more confidence in where they're going to finish at the end of the year.
And they'd be disappointed with last week's result as well, because they got beaten by Chirnside. It wasn't a big score; it was only 3 goals. But it would have, as you say, it's a good idea if you can knock over one of the contenders heading into the finals. It just gives you a little bit of a psychological edge. But I don't think Kilsyth will get the chocolates. But who knows?
But going back to that game when I was actually there, the margin was 4 points at 3/4 time. So if you look at that and say if Kilsyth can show what they did, in my opinion, they were never going to win that game. But to put the ledger down to 4 points at 3/4 time when thing wasn't going their way during that second and first quarter, that's what they need to do to Scoresby. They need to take it right up to them and stop their sharpshooters, I reckon.
Yeah, I don't think they're far off. I don't think they're far off the top 3. It's not like we're saying that that they're a lock for an elimination final loss and that's it. They can still have a deep run. I think you just want to see a bit more. And for their own confidence going into a final series, knowing that they can beat a couple more of these teams.
I still think they're the 4th best side.
I do too. I think that if you're looking at, if you want to rank it in a power ranking style, I think they're 4th.
Yeah, and if they can win a final this year, it'll be huge, because then you're playing that loser who lost the
qualifying final.
Yep, and they'll feel a lot of confidence, I reckon.
And it'll be very interesting to see how that all plays out. The other game today is Forest Hill and Croydon North Emlock, and that's out at Hughes Park. Forest Hill's great to see them get a win last week, Brett, after been some really challenging times on the field in the recent month. Had a really disappointing result against Kilsyth where they had the 4 behinds and conceded 143 points. And for them and for their sake and their culture of the club, it's a very young side. They would have been super pleased with that win, last week and against Udderwadding, and have a chance to make it 2 in a row against Croydon North.
Yeah, I don't think they will, but as you say, it was great for them to get a win because they have been through some tough times, and we hark back to not that long ago when they were making grand finals on a pretty regular basis and just getting pips. But unfortunately, they sort of lost all the players from that era. They've had to rebuild. Martin Stillman left, which was obviously a big blow for them, and they've had to sort of rebuild, and they haven't quite got it right. But they're on the up as well. And let's hope they can put in a good one today. Yeah,
certainly right. Division 3 this afternoon. Some intriguing games, but looking at the way the ladder is shaped, and particularly off last Saturday's results, Blake, everything seems to be almost locked in. With Oakley District's win over Upper Ferntree Gully, rules them out of the running, and also Mark Fisher steps down as senior coach of the side, or the club let him go, and they both had a joint statement last night on the social. So again, some changes for them. Ferntree Gully lose to Fair Park and pretty much blow their last chance. So you'd think it's Oakley District's spot to lose from here. I can't see any way they drop out of 5th. And the side they'll probably be playing is Knox, who is in absolute red-hot form.
Jeez, aren't they? They have been a force. Ever since that the mid-season transfers have come across, haven't they? They haven't put a footstep wrong, haven't they?
They've been unbelievable, haven't they?
Yeah, their players are standing up, and to take it up like they did last week to Donvale, at their home ground was tremendous. That's probably one of the biggest wins you'll probably see
this season
so far. I reckon in all divisions. I think we've really, a team that's really come out from the get-go early. I know we've seen a lot of Premier games, but that's up there as a big win for Knox, and to grow as well. I think they're going to be, this is my bold opinion, boys, they're going to be the 3rd. They're going to finish 3rd this year. They're going to get the double chance. I can't see...
Have you seen Coldstreams run home?
Coldstreams run home. I can have a look for you if you give me a few seconds.
Well, they've got Ferntree Gully today.
Yep.
I don't see him losing that one.
Got Fair Park at Fair Park.
Tough one.
Yeah.
And then final round of the season, they've got Sylvan.
And they might rest players because they know they're in finals.
They're not going to rest players if they've got a double chance up for grabs in that final round of the season. If they've got Knox breathing down their neck, that top 3 is massive, because it's still very difficult to make a grand final when you're having to win every week from 4th.
Yeah.
So, really, Fair Park is probably the biggest of those 3 challenges.
Yeah. It's going to be tough.
Still sticking with it? They're going to finish 3rd, Knox?
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you think, Brett? Can you see Coldstream slipping up in their next 3 games, starting today against Ferntree Gully, who have just been real hit or miss?
No, I don't. I think they'll win the last 3 games. Knox, for me, just a bit, I mean, they got the win last week. It came out of nowhere. Donvale, to use the cliche, is probably the loss they had to have, all that rubbish. But
I agree.
They
won't want one.
They won't lose another game, Donvale. I just think last week it was the conditions probably played a big part. As today will, because it's wet again today. But I think Donvale. It was just an aberration. Knox, I don't think will be there. They'll get in, but probably finish 4th or whatever.
It'll be. I'm with you about Donvale. I think I'm always a fan of losing one and not going through the season undefeated, going to that grand final. I think it just adds that little extra bit of pressure. It's all mentally, it's all a mental thing. It's really nothing, but does happen. We've seen it last year with South Belgrade. We've seen it with Ringwood before. We've seen it happen. So
that Ringwood one's still questionable.
Why is that questionable?
Was it the 2019 one?
No, they lost games that year. Bronya actually finished on top. The year before, they lost to Bronya.
Yes, that's
such
correct.
a long time ago too.
They were undefeated
still haunts
going
Ringwood, so
Well,
Still
yes.
probably haunts you too.
I mean, I was at both of those grand finals.
Yes.
You talk about it quite a lot, though, don't you, Blake?
Yeah, but it was just a hard day, seeing those fans. They felt like they, in the words, robbed, you would say. That's what they still say.
Yeah, well, it's a long time ago now, Blake.
It's 4 years
I
ago.
reckon,
Move
that,
on.
Can
I, reckon
move
that
on.
bloke, I reckon that bloke we're all thinking of, that famous Crows fan, he probably supported Ringwood as well.
Yeah, so let's move on now. Warrandyte take on Sylvan as well. If there's any chance for Warrandyte to stay up, they would have to win this. They have some handy inclusions coming back in the side. I was out at Warrandyte this morning. I think they're still going to struggle. I think Sylvan have proven that they can score quite heavily, can concede a lot the other way back, but looking at the bottom five, they are the number one attacking side. So I just don't see Warrandyte matching it with them on the scoreboard, Blake.
It's at Warrandyte, yeah?
It is at Warrandyte.
Don't have me. Sorry, need to get up this. I think Warrandyte at home, they should be comfortable winners, but Sylvan have been okay. They've been okay with, their form a bit, but I think you go back in the home side. I think it's just a responsible win that they need to have.
The question I have, though, is when you're looking at two teams at the bottom of the ladder, how much does form come in? Because the only thing that's separating the two sides is 2 wins in regards to Sylvan. So how much is really form a factor when it comes to this game?
I think it's if you look at both sides in the last month of footy, Sylvan have pinched a win and been very competitive. They were competitive against Surrey Park last week and was actually in front at half time, where Warrandyte just have been just completely out of games right from the start, where they've scored, I think, 2 goals in the last 2 weeks or 3 goals in the last 2 weeks.
Hasn't been their year, unfortunately.
No, it hasn't. It's a changing of the guard, so they've got a lot to work on next season. I don't see them escaping relegation. Even if they win today, I don't see them pinching a win in the final 2 games of the season.
They need to win all their games.
All 3, yes.
All 3,
so it's just a mathematical thing. They won't win from here. Donvale versus Upper Ferntree Gully. And Upper Ferntree Gully lose quite a few, including Russell Cohen and Rory Bailey. I think everyone will be tipping Donvale on that game.
Big week for Upper Gully, so...
Yep.
Yeah, so I think they would want to get a response, just the week they've had. And I reckon it'll be huge when if they can get up against.
I just don't see.
I can't see it either.
No.
But
with
I
their losses.
think Kevin Collins might have had a quiet word to the boys after last week's loss, and Upper Ferntree Gully could cop a bit of a backlash.
Interim coaches as well. The record speaks for itself. It's been pretty good.
Different at local level.
I know.
But there is that intrigue, though. I will definitely admit that. But often, I mean, look, we tend to think, as you tried to say there, Ryan, it is a little bit different at AFL level, and there is that intrigue. But I think when you sort of look back at the facts, it's like it seems that way, but at the end of the day, it probably isn't.
It is, yeah, still a very different game at this
Because it's very hard for a team to stand up and prove a point, because that's what everybody thinks. They're like, oh yeah, we're going to do so much better with another coach, but
particularly hard when you
the road
lose some of
the road is still travelled. You know what I mean?
Correct, and you lose some key players coming into this game against a Donvale side who are still 100%. They're still the benchmark of this competition. They did lose last week, but as Besto said, I think that's probably a good thing at the end of the day. They get that out of the way with now, and not come a finals when it's so much more important.
I don't think they'll lose another game.
No, and they'll finish on top of the ladder. We always get sorry, Blake.
I'm saying this now. After seeing Knox, have we covered all the teams?
Yes, we. Oh no, sorry. The last game, Surrey Park, Fair Park. Do you want to go ahead, or we talk about this game first?
Can I just say one more thing as well? And I'm not sure if you guys have touched on it, but it seems to me that the general consensus is a team that's going so well often needs to have that game that they sort of lose. I know in the case of the team that I support, that obviously lost their game this morning, but in the case of that, it's often kind of a springboard that needs to happen for Donvale. So I think they can only be positive about that experience.
Yeah, I'm a fan of it. I always like to see a side lose a game in the middle of the season rather than go through a season undefeated. I just think it adds that extra bit of pressure. And now Donvale have copped that loss. They'll respond pretty quickly. Yep. They've got a job to be done come finals time, and they've known they're going to finish in the top 2 for a very long time, and they've probably known that they're going to be the minor premiers for probably the last month since they've beaten Surrey Park. So their certain focus is getting back on track this week and then building into a final series.
Definitely.
The last game, Surrey Park versus Fair Park in Division 3. One of those games where the Lions have just been super impressive in the last month and a bit of the season.
Form, haven't they?
They have, and they've been able to challenge Surrey Park in the last time they played. They were able to challenge Donvale for 3 quarters. So they've done a great job. Sorry, we've just got Dave Newlands joining us at the moment.
That's fine.
I hope we didn't rush you. I just saw the hand signals that we've got Dave Newlands, the senior coach of the Chirnside Park Football Club, joining us.
Very, very keen, Dave. So, no, it's good to see him.
Dave, it's fantastic to have you in. Appreciate your time and a great game ahead. Second versus third with a win today is just about enough to lock up a double chance.
Yeah, definitely. Looking forward to it. Unfortunately, haven't had a chance to play Whitehorse out here yet, so we're 1-1, so we'll see how we go today.
Has it been? It's quite a quirky fixture where you've played some sides twice at your home venue or the away venue, and then you come back and with 3 rounds to go and finally get them on your home deck. But at Kimberley Reserve, you've been outstanding. Have not lost a game here and made a bit of a fortress. So that must take a lot of confidence, knowing that you're such a hard side to beat here.
Yeah, I think we want to make sure we make this a fortress, like you said. So every time we go out to play, we play to win. Obviously, we've had some great contests here that have been close as well. So, looking forward today, see how we go against Whitehorse away from their ground. So
You've been the informed side in the competition probably in the last 5 weeks. After the last time you played them, you haven't lost a game. Obviously some buys in there, but building some terrific form at the right time of the year. And one thing we probably forget is that you're the only side to not lose to Scoresby as well. So you must be pretty confident with the way the group has been playing at the moment, and going into what is going to be a very exciting final series.
Yeah, I think all we can do is go out there and play who we play each week, and then you guys can judge us on the results. But we think we're going pretty well in what we're doing, and we're setting all the benchmarks where we want to be. Obviously, Whitehorse last time we played them got us, which is great credit to them. So, every week's a contest. We've had a Forest Hill, they got us as well. So, it just depends. Each week's a different sort of scenario. And obviously, Forest Hill, we send a battle at that ground. It's just an issue there with us. But we like to play at home, so hopefully we've been on a good show today.
Dave, fair to say, when you came to the club, you've been there, 2 years now, is it?
I got here in 2019.
So that long ago, okay.
But
so
then, COVID and that. So this is my third full season, I think.
It's funny because you miss out all those COVID games and it feels like a lot shorter. But when you came to the club, Chirnside probably weren't in great shape. Yep. So you've taken them on the up. What sort of things did you focus on when you came to the club, and what changes have you sort of implemented, do you think, that's got them going in the right direction?
I think just to introduce like a one club mentality, especially through juniors, senior women, vets. No one's too proud to talk to anyone at the club. I think I've played something like 16 or 17 under 19 since my time here. So always my belief is you build through the youth. You can buy a flag, but you can go up and you come down just as quick. So my intention from the whole time, I think Blake sort of knows this, is 5 years plan is when I'm gone, hopefully they're still climbing the division. So, yeah.
Yep. So, Dave, you talk heavily. I was here last week. The conditions looks a bit better than what it was last week, so you'll be happy about that. Just the rain. I've brought the rain, haven't I, from last week?
Yeah, you're dodging us, mate. Yeah.
That's what you call the crowded house rule.
So I just want to ask you a question as well, and you alluded to on Besto's question. What's been? It's definitely been definitely a change of pace, because when I was here last week, it's been terrific. I've seen you seen women's played with your 19s as well. Reserves and seniors are flying, and of course your vets. It's definitely the place to be right now down here at Chirnside. And your netball, you got a lot of netball teams as well. You must be, your Thursday nights must be pumping with all these sides.
I think they do like anywhere up to 100 meals every Thursday night. So
you're not doing the cooking, are you?
Nah, not me.
He's out on the truck.
Definitely. No, I think it's just a credit to people like Stuart Kearney, my wife Andrew is heavily involved in here. I think there's a lot of people that have just really stepped up and wanted to make the club something better than what it was. Not saying that anyone who's had it in the past has done it slightly different. It's just how to go to make it more successful. Obviously, we've come from higher divisions, coaching at Muralbark and also playing up in that level as well. And you sort of get to know what works and what doesn't work, and try to not not do it straight away. Integrate it slowly, because if you do it straight away, you're just going to lose the guys as well. So it's just a process, and we're still going through the process.
Yeah, and I just want to touch on as well. Now we talk about people that have just been retired and then decide to come back. You've got a Jeff Farman in your team. You know who we're talking about here, Graydon Stevens.
Yeah, my good mate Sticks.
Yes. What dragged? You just wanted a bit more out of him, bit of motivation. Is it the end of the road kind of thing? Is that how we gather down here at Chirnside?
Yeah, well, we started this thing together. We both came in 2019 across, and I feel with Sticks, he's had commitments with his kids at the start of the year with basketball, and he still does now, to his credit. So he doesn't play every week due to that, but team of the year ruckman last year, it's very hard to knock that back. And age might be a thing, but as you saw last week, he tends to find a way to beat his opponent, and he's still probably one of the better ruckmans in the competition. So in saying that, I dragged him out. He's not happy about it, but it's good for us.
Yeah, thanks for joining us this afternoon. We did speak with your counterpart, where we sort of identified that I guess both teams have had some really big wins and some really small ones as well. And Whitehorse definitely have a lot of power up forward. But looking towards Chirnside's games this afternoon, I guess that Andrew identified how many goals can sort of win the game today. So, what do you think in terms of goals is a good sort of benchmark for Chirnside to win the game today?
Hopefully one more than them.
I mean on the scoreboard.
Scoreboard-wise, look, it's to be honest, I couldn't tell you. We like to think we're dangerous, and regardless of what conditions we're in, we've actually been quite lucky. We played Scoresby at Scoresby in this. We played Kilsyth in this last week. So it's just we've got a good spread of goal scorers. We don't rely on one. So. Tough. I couldn't answer it, to be honest. Yeah.
Just another one as well. You must be very unlucky because it's taken 6 weeks for it to finally happen, and the Justin Van Ewan heroics last week showed up for his 1,000th goal. Did you? How did it all come down? Because it's taken 6 weeks, and you only needed 2 more. You must feel pretty unlucky that it had to be against your side, Dave.
Yeah, well, I copped Kimpton last year kicking his 100th, so there's no different copping than Van Union kicking his 1,000th. You might as well keep it going. But look, JV, I've known him since Doncaster East days, so I've known him for a long time, and it's a remarkable achievement. And to be honest, to watch it, I was a bit surprised he started on the bench, but then he came on, and I think he ended up kicking in the last quarter. But it's a credit to him. He's been around a long time, and it just shows how good a footballer he is. So I was happy to be a part of it, but it'd be nice to sort of watch it rather than be against us every time.
Might do the milestones around here. If they play their 300 game here, they might just put it here in front of the chance.
They probably could.
Dave, it's a massive afternoon for you and the club, so we're going to let you go. If you do see your wife, Andrea, let her know to come down because she is this week's Eastland Volunteer of the Week. So we do have a voucher for her. But fantastic season so far. All the best this afternoon.
All right, thanks very much. Cheers.
David Newlands there, the senior coach of the Chirnside Park Football Club. Big game this afternoon against Whitehorse, second versus third. And a win today, Blake. Having a look at the ladder and where the two sides sit. Currently a game ahead of Whitehorse. This would make it 2 games ahead, with Whitehorse still, I think, playing Scoresby next week. Or if
That's a tough
correct
game.
me if I'm wrong. It would be probably a bit too much of an ask. So a win today for Chirnside, and you can look ahead to what is going to be a very exciting first week of final
I think
series.
it's for both teams. I reckon it's crucial for both teams.
Oh, yeah, vice versa. Whitehorse need to win too.
But it would be massive for Chirnside, just the way they were last year. I think they came home strong. I think they won their past, I can't remember how many.
10 games, I think.
10 games, yep. And then they lost that first final, where if they would have got the double chance, which is what they want today, if they can get the win, they can, potentially lose the final or win it if they really want to, and then they can play another game. Where last week they didn't have the luxury of doing that. Yeah, Scoresby do play Whitehorse.
There's no doubt about it that this top 4 is incredibly wide open, and with still a few games to go in the season, it brings a lot of intrigue. But I, in my view, hope that Whitehorse do win today and hold on for the rest of the season. In terms of that position, is that feasible?
It is because their percentage is 22% better than Chirnside Park.
Right.
A win today would jump them back into the top two. Scoresby's result against Kilsyth today is also another big one. If Scoresby drop that game, then it really starts to heat up, and how tight it would be with the top three sides, equal on 10 wins apiece. Scoresby win today, they're just about locked up for a top two.
But the thing is that we've seen with Chirnside compared to Whitehorse, is that Chirnside have got an easier run home than Whitehorse.
Yeah, right.
So if you look through the fixtures, I think we're up to round 17. Chirnside, they've only got the one game, so they've got another warning next week, and then they've got a bye, that bye's going to hurt them.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think you want to bye in that final round of the season. So they're probably the unlucky side to cop the bye in that final round, because it does flirt with form a little bit.
You got no say.
Yeah, and if you finish top two, you win that final. You're not playing the week before, you're not playing the week after, and then you got a grand final. So you're playing 2 games in a month. So and I don't think that's the best lead up towards a grand final.
Might be a little bit of a controversial question directed at you, Brian, but little birdie tells me that there could be another side sneaking into the competition next year, which might just even up the Division 4.
Well, I'm not sure, but I think the ideal situation is to have 8 sides and you eliminate the bye. Yeah. So 10, 10, 10, 10, 8. That would be ideal.
It's just annoying having to have a bye, though. Like, especially with Chirnside, what they've had to deal with now with 19.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, and obviously it was situated to have 8 with Glen Waverley Hawks before they dropped out. So unfortunately, this division, it is the 7 sides, and they get very familiar with each other because they are playing each other potentially 5 times across the season. I think that's how many times Kilsyth and Surrey Park met last year.
And just quickly as well, so Whitehorse plays Scoresby next week, and then after that they've got Croydon North and then Kilsyth to follow that. So I still think Chirnside got the easiest run if they can win this.
If they win this, I think they're there. So a lot to talk about. We'll go to our first ad break here out at Kimberley Reserve before we get back into it for the rest of the pre-game before this massive division.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Kimberley Reserve for the Eastland Match of the Round. Division 4 clash between Chirnside Park and Whitehorse. Massive game this afternoon, second versus third. We've touched on it with both coaches, Dave Newlands and Andrew Haining. Heard from them. We've discussed the two sides in the way they're positioned on the ladder and how important it is for the double chance with just a couple of rounds to go after today. And the reserves game currently taking place. It is the visitors leading 3-6, 24 to 139 Chirnside Park. So we talked about 4 and 3. Let's go to the Oracle. If you're new to the segment, we do get sent in anonymous tips from someone labelled the Oracle, and he predicts the scores for each game for Division 4. He's got a record. It's a 59.09% record in Division 4. Has today Forest Hill to defeat Croydon North Hemlock 61 to 44. Whitehorse to defeat Chirnside Park 109 to 78. Not sure if the Oracle's factored in the conditions of the weather today. Scoresby 102 to Kilsyth 84. And then in Division 3, Donvale to defeat Upper Ferntree Gully 74 to 45. Ferntree Gully and Coldstream expecting, Blake, Ferntree Gully to get across by 1 point, 78-77.
Be a big win for a big week down there at the Gully.
Yes, that would be massive. Obviously, Brent Kiker announced finishing up at the end of the season. We'll touch on that in just a second. Oakley District and Knox. Knox to win by 14 points, 67 to 53. Surrey Park and Fair Park. The Oracle has Surrey Park winning that game comfortably. And Warrandyte Sylvan has Warrandyte just scoring 11, which would probably be accurate off the last couple of weeks that they've had, to Sylvan 85. But with their inclusions, I think they're going to score a bit more against the Sylvan side and be quite competitive. Before we move on to Division 2, Blake, the news with the coaches, it's starting to get to that point of the year where sides have to make some calls. They have to make some decisions on what's going to happen next year and beyond, particularly if they are out of the finals race. And it was announced that Brett Kiker has stepped aside for Ferntree Gully.
Yes.
So alongside Mark Fisher on an Upper Ferntree Gully perspective, as we talked about earlier, gone from Upper Gully. So a couple of changes in Division 3, and it makes for what will be an intriguing next few years for
both their sides.
For both sides, who probably they're mid-table, aren't they? They're not quite there yet for finals, but they haven't bottomed out.
No, definitely not. You know, I still think that, well, judging from last week, I just cannot see Upper Gully making finals now. But for the rest of for both of the Ferntree Gully and Upper Gully sides, they've just got to show what they can do for the years coming through. You know, they can get a win. You know, yes, their coach has stepped away, but obviously Ferntree Gully's coach is still sticking on for the rest of the year, which is tremendous. And we say, thanks for Fish. Well, what he's done for Upper Gully. I know it hasn't been the greatest of years that he's had. He's had a lot of challenges. Of course, been relegated twice. Not the greatest of ways to start your coaching career, but I just hope they can just find out the year pretty well.
Yeah, that's right. You want them to finish out the season well.
That's the word.
Let's talk about Division 2 now. We'll talk about the biggest game of the round for Division 2, Boronia versus Croydon, Brett. It is a 1v2 for the second time this season between the two clubs. And having a look at it, on paper, Boronia are going to be very heavy favourites coming into this game. They've been able to gain back quite a few players that didn't play in that earlier game during the season. Mitch Mills went down in that loss. They bring back the two Hannons, Jared Lake, Ben Robertson, who didn't play that last time the two sides met. So they're pretty much at full strength, and Croydon lose their skipper in Fraser Smith. So for me, at Tormore Reserve, this is going to be a massive ask for the Blues. I think this could be a quite comfortable win for the Hawks.
That's a massive out Fraser Smith, because he's been a real star when we've done Croydon games. He's pretty much always stood out. I can't see it being close. I think Boronia, I think they'll win, and I think the wet might make a bit of a difference, but I think they'll get hold of them today and win pretty comfortably. Maybe 4 or 5 goals, something like that.
Blake, I find it difficult to see where Croydon beats them today at Tormore Reserve, a ground they play so well, and I think they've got an average winning margin of over 10 goals. I need to actually find out the exact number because they've had 2 100-point wins there.
You know a few people down there.
Yeah, you're Baronia's #1 ticket holder.
I don't have the averages in front
I was waiting for that one.
Don't have the averages in front of me.
I was waiting for someone to say,
all right, continue, Blake.
We have a bit of fun. Yeah, but I think that's a big out for Croydon. You know, I think when Besto alluded to that before, that whenever Fraser Smith plays in the media games, he always plays well. You know, and
plays well any game, doesn't he?
Oh yeah, he's been. I think he's captain now. You know, best and fairest winner last year, so that's a big out. But rainy day. It's a rainy day today. I think it'll be a low-scoring game.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jono, and you can jump in on this one as well. Last week, rainy day, worse conditions, and Bronya put 100 plus on the scoreboard and won by 85 points.
Well, that in itself was quite a rarity, isn't it? Because you don't really expect 100 points in a rain-affected game.
And they kicked, I think, one got 9 in the second quarter. So
there you go.
Could have been a lot bigger.
The form of the opposition has been great today.
That's a fair point. I don't think Waverley have hit their best for quite a while.
But Croydon have been, I think they're primed right now, where they are now, and it'll be a huge test. And don't remember, they did get them last time.
Oh, yeah,
so
absolutely.
I'm just saying, raining conditions could make it a low-scoring game. I can't see it being a blowout. That's all I have to say.
It'll be interesting to see how it plays out.
Will win, but it won't be a blowout.
I think if Croydon can keep this within that 4-goal margin, they'll take a ton of positives going into that final series, knowing that you're going to get your skipper back, a few others potentially, and at a smaller ground at Walker Park might suit them.
So go on.
Sorry, Blake. Croydon have Mulgrave next week, and that in itself is quite intriguing.
That's
so if they lose today, Croydon, then perhaps they might just be a little bit shaky, and we obviously know what happened last time. Well, the two teams played from memory, and it brings a lot of intrigue into next week and indeed for the rest of the season.
Mulgrave's form has certainly lifted in the last month.
Yeah.
It has. They've been more consistent, Blake, and they do have a big game today against Heathmont, who every week is an elimination final for them. They've got to win out to really make it from here, and it's going to be tough when you play Mulgrave, you play Baronia, potentially play Croydon again, so they've got a very hard run home. But it's not an easy task for the Lions. So a win here for the Lions, depending on the Waverley Blues, how they perform today, they could be into the top 3.
They could
and then suddenly you've got the, or if you're a Lions fan, you've got the double chance as you're the front runner for it.
Yeah, definitely. Mulgrave, they're starting, aren't they? They're starting to get their little engines going, which is great to see at the moment. And looking at their teams, though, all teams are playing finals at this stage. And I think all their sides are either second or third on the ladder. Their 19s are undefeated, Mulgrave, at the moment, which is incredible. Their reserve sides, I think, are sitting between second or third on the ladder, and their seniors doing pretty well. So it's a big year for Mulgrave, and I think they'll win today. They're playing Heathmont, aren't they, today?
Yes, they're playing Heathmont.
So I hope that when all said and done at the end of the year, that there's going to be a lot of smiles down at Garnet Road. You know, as you said, Blake, the 19s, for instance, have pushed so hard, and it's now the case that the seniors have been really firing and indeed following. Yeah. And so the outlook is very optimistic compared to where we were at the start of the season, because shaky form, I think enigma was the word to describe Mulgrave, and yet they've hit their straps at exactly the right time, as you've alluded to, Blake, and there's a lot of excitement around Garnet Road.
And there should be.
Which is great.
Well, there should be at the moment, particularly with their two guns absolutely firing.
You don't think so, Blake?
Jong and Roberts.
Well, not today. Not today it wasn't. But anyway, we moving on now.
Jeepers. All right, let's jump into the next game in Division 2. Probably the other big one is Templestowe Waverley Blues, Brett. And for the context of both sides in their season, both not hitting particularly great form at the moment. They've come off a couple of losses, both sides. The Waverley Blues are slowly getting players back into their lineup. Tyson Hale's their next inclusion today, which certainly strengthens their side. And for Templestowe as well, they lose Doug Wooten, which is a big loss down back.
He's a massive loss.
I actually struggled to tip this one because both sides' form has been pretty average in the last couple of weeks. And we know both sides, at their best, can win this game by 5 or 6 goals.
Yeah,
I don't know if you're leaning towards one side or the other on this one, but I find it very difficult to tip.
Yeah, exactly. It's hard to make a case for Templestowe. I mean, they got rolled by Heathmont last week. But then the Waverley Blues, as you say, their form's been a bit patchy. They've shown some reasonable signs. They did get thumped by Baroni, but we sort of don't worry too much about that because Baroni have thumped most teams they've played this year. Yeah, tough one to call, but I'm leaning a bit towards the Waverley Blues.
Yeah. Blake, your thoughts on this one? Templestowe, if they win this, suddenly they're probably in the box seat to finish in the 5. A loss, and you're playing elimination final after elimination final just to get there.
I'm going to go to the Doctors due to it's at their home ground. I think that's the home ground advantage could suit them, but judging on form and the way they've been going, it hasn't been going great. You know, I think last week, the match of the round that we had against Croydon, they were pretty ordinary, so... But I'm going to go the Dockers.
Yeah, I still worry as good as Michener and Giovanini is. I don't know if they've got enough. I don't know if they've got enough of their stars playing good enough footy at the moment. I tipped the Waverley Blues. And with no confidence whatsoever. But I think if they can, Hale's a big inclusion for them, and Wootton's a big loss for the Dockers. And if they can get a few players back in the next couple of weeks, we can start to look at the Waverley Blues a little bit differently. Johnny, your thoughts on this game and tipping either side?
I think if you're tipping Templestowe, it's fair to say that there's a fair personality factor at play. You mentioned Giovanini and Michener as well. I'm probably going to side with you, Ryan. I'm tipping Waverley. I just think they'll probably get the job done with those things in mind. Those personalities out in the park, but perhaps, two blokes doesn't really get the job done at the end of the day, does it? So. No,
that's right. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. The other two games, Eastbourne would play the Basin and Ringwood versus Lilydale. Just tips on this one. For me, I think Ringwood will beat Lilydale at home.
Yep.
And I think Eastbourne would but I think the Basin are still a chance that will get their first win. Brett, your thoughts on these two?
Yeah, 100% agree with you, yep.
Brett, Blake, sorry.
I think we also forgot to mention Declan Hill's 200th game, and it's also the Pride Cup down there at Ringwood, so massive day for the football club. So
great initiative from Ringwood.
Yeah, so Turtle, his nickname is Declan Hill, so he's playing his 200th game. So I'm going to go Ringwood. It's a massive day for their footy club, so I'm going to go Ringwood and East Burwood. Fortunately, I just can't see the Basin. They've been good, but just I can't see
close
them.
but no cigar.
Yeah, I can't see them getting a win today.
Jono, your two tips for these two games?
I'll go straight to the two teams on the bottom of the ladder, East Burwood and the Basin. It hasn't been a great year for both teams, so the result is probably going to be wide open, but I'm tipping East Burwood even though I guess you do want the winless team to at least register a win. And this is the time to do it. The other one, of course, in question is Ringwood and Lilydale. I'm going to tip Ringwood at home.
And the Oracle's tips for these 5 games, going at a fantastic 72.86% in this division, has Bronya to defeat Croydon, the Basin to get their first win by defeating East Burwood. Yep. Tipped it. Mulgrave to defeat Heathmont.
Sorry, Ryan.
That game,
score of
the Basin East Burwood, 43-26, has the Basin winning. Heathmont versus Mulgrave has Mulgrave winning by 33 points.
I'll agree with that. Yep.
Has Lilydale to create the upset against Ringwood. Don't mind it. 57-39. I wouldn't be surprised.
That's a bit big. That's a bit bigger than I expected.
Playing some good form. Playing in some good form at the moment, Lilydale. And then Templestowe Waverley Blues has this as a scoreline, Brett. 33-27 in favour of the Dockers.
Geez, that'll be a riveting game.
Yes, yeah. No, I wouldn't want to be out there if that's the scoreline today. Let's move into Division 1 because we've got another 7 minutes before we take our last break before the final call. Division 1. Let's start with probably the biggest game of the 5. Park Orchards Beaconsfield. Having a look at this one, the Oracles tip Park Orchards to win 75-49. Brett, this might be Beaconsfield's best lineup at the moment. Having a look at their side, they seem to have everyone available at this stage this afternoon as much as they can, with obviously a lot of VFL listed players out usually. But in saying that, even when we tipped against Park Orchards, they proved us wrong last week. Yeah. They're such a classy side.
They are, and I still like Park Orchards. I've liked them for a long time, and I think they've had one loss only this year. And as you say, the Beaconsfield get a few VFL listed players back, but I think Park Orchards, you can't tip against them, that's for sure. So I'm picking Park Orchards.
Yeah, I think Park Orchards as well, boys.
Yeah, I'm going to
agreeing,
go
or
Park
can you
Orchards.
see Beaconsfield pulling off the upset?
I'm going to say Park Orchards at home for sure. No, I probably can't, to be honest.
And then some other games which I think are going to be pretty one-sided. Mitcham take on Doncaster, Montrose take on Bayswater, and Rulbark take on South Belgrave. I'd back in the Tigers, D's, and Saints to win those 3 games.
Yep.
Sure.
Cool. All agree.
Yeah,
and
agree.
then Wanturna South North
Especially
Ringwood.
you, Blake.
Wanturna South North Ringwood, which I think Wanturna South have a fair chance at home against North Ringwood.
I think this is their last chance.
Not much to play for the Saints. They've locked up that they're not going to go. They're not going to go down. They're not going to get relegated. They're not in that conversation. They're not near finals. So there's a bit of a nothing game for them. Wanturna South got everything to play for.
They do.
A loss, and you can almost guarantee, yep, that's them done. And they'll drop down to Division 2 next season. A win, and suddenly it opens it up and makes it a little bit interesting, assuming Doncaster lose to Mitcham. So the Oracle has Wanturna South winning by a point, 62-61. I think they're a fair chance.
Yeah,
I think they're a chance.
Fighting chance. I think Wanturna South in an upset, definitely.
Yep.
I as much as I guess we hope Wanturna South to win, you mentioned those dreaded words, mathematical chance. Now, in perhaps at the top level in the AFL, we can get a little bit more confident, but in local footy, I'm just not so sure because absolutely everything has to go right. Should results open up, but I'm just not confident, and I think that's a shame, to be honest, but I just have to stick with my guns there.
It is going to be tough, even if they do get a win, because they're still going to need an extra one and hope that Doncaster lose out for the rest of the season. So a bit to play in those games. Premier Division as well, the 3 games today, obviously split round, had Blackburn defeat Norwood last week, and East Ringwood defeat Noble Park. Having a look at these 3 games, Balwyn take on Berwick. We'll all be tipping Balwyn, I'd imagine, on this one. Got to find some form, Balwyn, after 3 losses in a row. South Croydon take on Roval. Now, this is probably
the best one.
Yeah, probably the most interesting of the 3 because, the Dogs, they do lose Murata and Cooper this weekend, and they take on a Roval side which they actually defeated last time they met out at Seabeck, and were missing some key players, including Max King, potentially a couple others. Matt Jones may have not played that day. So their form against Roval is actually quite good. They ran them to the final siren the year prior when they weren't going so well. So real chance. If they pull off an upset, suddenly that really helps their finals chances.
Maybe it's also the way it's gone about because they do have some key players out. So it could go that way if we're looking at it. But I can't see. Can't back
against the Roval side. That's
just the way Roval are
beautiful
going.
form at the moment.
They are ticking so many boxes, and they are truly going to be a threat come September. I've got him in my grand final already. So
I have to say though, I did go down to Cheong Park this morning, and there is there's definitely a tangible sense of anticipation. The Rezzies teams, they ran out almost straight away after the conclusion of the women's match of the round, and that I think South Croydon would definitely be wanting to have a successful day, especially when the weather's a bit ordinary, but they've got off to a good start, and I think there's a lot of anticipation in regards to this afternoon in regards to what's happening.
It's going to be a big day down at South Croydon today.
If
I don't know how their senior reserve sides are going, like men's wise.
Not too sure, but Brett, sticking on this game for the senior side, we saw Roval a couple of weeks ago, and they were just phenomenal against a Vermont side. They were pretty clinical.
They were sensational, and I think I'm not saying this because Roval's #1 ticket holder Ray Beard gave me a ride today, and I'll be walking home.
He's not the van; he hadn't heard it. Keep going.
But I think Roval, they're just peaking at the right time, and I think they'll be far too good. The weather could be a bit of a leveler, but I think they'll get the chocolates, and also think they'll be in the grand final as well.
I think so too. I think they're the one side that everyone will be looking out for come September. Final game, we've got to be quick on this one because we will go to an ad break in less than a minute. Vermont take on Doncaster East. The Oracle has tipped Doncaster East to defeat Vermont, which is interesting, but not out of the question because Doncaster East, they're not going to play finals, but they can shape them with an upset. Can you see it? Or do you think Vermont at home, too much to play for, finals on the line, must win for them?
Yeah, I'd love to see Doncaster East get the win, but I think Vermont will be too strong.
Just tips on this one before we go to an ad break.
Yeah,
Blake,
Vermont after a very tough week down there. I think they can... Vermont for me.
I think the eyes have it, Vermont.
There you go. So looking forward to a big day of Eastern Football Netball League footy across the afternoon. We're going to take our last break here before we bring in the call team for the Eastland match of the round out at Kimberley Reserve. It is Chirnside Park and Whitehorse.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome to Kimberley Reserve for the Eastland Senior Men's Match of the Round between the Chirnside Park Footy Club and the Whitehorse Pioneers. Huge ramifications as well. Whoever wins today could definitely lock up a top 2 finish to finish off in Division 4 this year. Today I'll be calling, my name is Blake Tennant, and I'll be commentating this game. And joining me on my right, I believe it is his first game. He's been over covering a lot of our senior women's games as well. He's no stranger to the Eastland Football Netball League media team, and that man is Jono Venn. Jono, welcome aboard, mate. I believe it is your first game, and well done. And very keen to call this game. We've called a few games around the traps here, but it's also very good to see you here this afternoon.
Yes, indeed, Blake. Good afternoon, everyone, once again, and welcome to today's game. It's set to be a very exciting affair for sure, and obviously Whitehorse, it holds great ramifications for them. Obviously, they win today, they can go up a little bit higher, which is quite exciting. But I'm looking forward to today, and let's meet the rest of the team.
Yes, indeed, and joining me on my left where I am is the media manager and Ray Baird, joining us here on the special comments. Welcome aboard, boys. It's always good to have the two big guns here to talk all things.
Brash isn't here, mate.
Yeah,
I'm filling in for him with
Ray,
but
I know,
one big gun.
Yeah, one big gun out, but another brings another one in as well. So welcome aboard, you too.
Yeah, thanks, Blake. Great to be out here to see this, top of the ladder Division 4 clash. And as we know, the whole Division 4 finals is going to be an absolute belter because, there's no outstanding favourites at the moment. Unfortunately, the ground's a little bit wet. Nothing like I witnessed last week up at South Belgrade, but no, it's going to be a good game of footy anyway.
Heard you haven't stopped complaining about that, Ray. But anyway, that's another story for another day. But and joining us as well, he's been doing the Stats Centre all season long pretty much. He's done an outstanding job as well. Called also a few senior women's games as well, and that man is Paul Lacarney. Paul, welcome aboard to another E4Now Saturday, mate. Good to see you.
Good to see you, Blake. Good to see you, boys. As you boys have pointed out, it's been a really tight Division 4, and it's really hard to pick who the favourite is at the moment, and looking forward to this game today.
Indeed it is. It's a massive game, like as I said before, win today, you could definitely see who's going to be finishing with Scoresby, I reckon. It's an even competition as we speak, where both teams are heading. So we'll ask the team as well. We've got a bit of time before play resumes down here at Kimberley Reserves. In the reserves, it was the Whitehorse Pioneers getting the job done here for 7:31 to Chirnside 3-3-21. So winners there to the Pioneers, which is good. I think their reserve sides are also flying as well. I think they're second on the ladder as well. They could have won in the Div 3 reserves, but unfortunately lost in straight sets. So on top of the ladder for the whole year, pretty much. So their reserves have been flying as well. But we're going to touch on this game. It's a big game, as I say, but where can we see? I was here obviously last week, and Kilsaw Stars really made a win, Ryan, and just touch on about that. Where can you see? Do you feel like the Stars of Chirnside have the willpower to get him through, or do you think no Tom Young? Do you still think they can do it without him?
I think it's going to be tough for Whitehorse without Young and Horvat, who's still out of the side at the moment. And Haining did speak about some of their other players who hit the scoreboard, and they do have those players who can pop up for 2 or 3. But Chirnside Park have been doing that all season with some of their players, and you look at the top 5 on the goal-kicking list, they haven't got any. And that's because they have such an even spread. And guys like Ficker, really, Odermatt when he plays up forward, they can kick you 3 or 4 goals, but then the next week they win and they might not kick a goal. And that's just the way they sort of play. So they've got a lot of options, Chirnside Park, and I just feel like, Ray, after the bye, they've won 5 games in a row. I know there was another bye in between that, but to me they look equal to Scoresby as the red-hot side in this competition.
Yeah, look, you're probably right there, Ryan. And as I said the other day, last week on our podcast here, but any one of these 4 sides can win as long as they're switched on the day. Even Kilsyth, they're still got favouritism to win the flag as well. The way that they're going as well. But what I think the main thing that we're going to see today, they've got some players out, sure, but Whitehorse. But the thing is that when you're playing under these conditions, as I've alluded to last week, the bottom 6 in your 18 out there on the field are very important. And I think under these conditions, they become even more important, And if you're going to have a couple of your top players out, have them out on a wet day. Don't have them out when the conditions are good.
That's true. I think the conditions might favour Whitehorse on a day like this without their 2 spearheads up forward. Probably not a day for forwards. It wasn't last week, and you feel like, similar to what Andrew said in the pre-game, might be a 9 or 10 goal game that gets you across the line. And the other question I'd probably ask you, Ray, is the last time these 2 sides played, it was a 50-point win to Whitehorse at Springfield Park. Conditions would have been different ground. Do they take anything from that coming into today's game against Chirnside again?
Well, yeah, if you've beaten a side previously, you always got that in the back of your mind. But then Andrew's been around the football a long time. He's no smart enough that, that was then, this is now, under completely different conditions. We start again, both teams equal at the start of the game, and so they're going to be very wary, Whitehorse, even though they did win that game last time.
Yes, both teams come onto the ground. Chirnside coming on now. Whitehorse already out. Both teams are out as we speak. It's pretty interesting. Usually Whitehorse have been wearing a lot of different jumpers lately, just looking through vision.
The heritage jumper.
The heritage jumper. They've also worn the Indigenous jumper, which is terrific as well. And today they'll be wearing the traditional maroon and white jumper today. Chirnside Park wearing their usual fit today with the black, yellow and white as they been wearing all season long. It's a great jumper and a great song too, boys. Yellow and black as we've been, you've got 3 Tigers in this van as we speak, so it's going to be a good song. Hopefully they win.
Blake, if it's any omen to you, and you're about all this bloody historical stuff and all that, but I'll point one thing out here. Those jumpers that Whitehorse are playing in today, they wore them when they won their last premiership.
Yes,
wow.
I know.
So take that into.
I know.
So, hang on, I'll just ask the quick question. Blake, you claim that Josh Water's the league historian, and now you're going full league historian. So who's really the league historian here?
Blake's been around for decades.
Blake's
been
around for longer than you, Ray.
Blake's been around longer than I have.
Well,
actually.
the thing is, Ray, when you had your old man taking you to footy every week when you're a young boy, and as well, I've been around for 21 now, so 21 years I've been at local football. So
and you've probably only learnt what you known in the last 18 months or so since you've been on the media time. Blake, I'm coming up for my 20th year, I think it's next year, in the media team. So when you've done that, you can shout out your
We're going to organise a party for you if it's 20 years.
I reckon we should. And let's go Boundary Side. Thanks to Tom and Brothers celebrating lives. Thanks to
I thought I'd chip in, boys, and save you all from the rubbish because there's a fair bit of what going around. Look, down here, obviously it's wet. The rain, I think, is going to probably set in for most of the afternoon. It's not overly heavy, but it's just steady. And just looking around the boundary areas in particular, it's quite wet. The rest of the ground doesn't look too bad. But it's definitely wet with the footy today, and it's not going to be a great day, but let's hope for a good game.
Bracket out there on the other side, where there is grass, is that slippery?
To be honest, Ray, I haven't ventured out there. I think it probably is going to be, but the ground itself, it looks in reasonable nick, but obviously once we've had maybe a quarter or two, we'll know a bit more, but particularly around the boundary areas, that's where it's particularly cut up.
I feel like they've picked a good centre circle as well, because behind that central umpire there, it looks like a little bit patchy and fairly dirty as well behind him. Brett, so you'd think...
again, I haven't ventured out to the middle, but looking from here, there's a bit of... it's a wet day, so let's just get on with it. But, it's the same for both sides, and the side that adapts better to the conditions today will take the chocolates. There's very little wind. In fact, there's virtually no wind, which is probably a bad thing because it might have blown some of this weather away. So no real advantage with the wind for either side in the first quarter.
No worries as well. So we better start proceedings here, and we'll go quickly, boys, with your tips for the siren.
Chirnside by 4 goals for me.
Yeah.
A Whitehorse in a low-scoring game, 2 goals.
And Paul?
Whitehorse by 2 goals.
And bringing in for the first time for the afternoon is John Oven.
I'll definitely agree with you there, Blake, in terms of... Ray, in terms of the result, as Whitehorse have the first free kick. It's the coach in Andrew Haining who kicks forward to broadcast side. No one can quite take the mark, so there's... bit of work off hands. We're almost about to have our first boundary stoppage directly in front of the van here. Getting the hand pass out there is Hewitt. He was looking for Violi, but he couldn't quite get there, as we'll have the first stoppage so far. 30 seconds gone, first term. We're going to do it again. So the ball comes spinning back into play. No one can quite get clean hands to it, so Hewitt has to go by foot. He can't. He tried to gather it again. Violi's in there as well. Gathering the ball there is the captain in Ward. He's wrapped up. We're going to have a ball up now just inside the first minute. Here's Blake Tennant.
Yes, indeed. 2 rucks going at it. Andrew Haining, expect to see his name being called a lot today. Of course, a champion of the Eastern Football Netball League. Trying to get this out now is Chirnside. They do. They get a kick off there. That was by in Harper. Involved there again is Leslie. He runs in with a long, strong boot to the left of the pocket here. And unfortunately can't go through, and they'll go out of bounds.
Both sides are eager to get this ball while it's dry before it gets too wet and get their foot to it and get some meterage.
There you go. Thanks, Ray. Expert analysis here on the specials chair today for comments. Haining in the ruck, as you've seen a lot. Chirnside trying to get open here. In their forward 50 here. It's Downey, and of course, Haining. Downey got the hit out there. Gets a kick away there. Was in the direction of Whitehorse. And a strong tackle there. Will be pinned. No, it won't. And it's going to be a boundary throw-in.
So we get ready then as the rain looks like it's going every which way, despite Brett Beston's analysis that there was no wind. So it's definitely coming down at the moment as the umpires picked out a free kick. It's going to go the way of Whitehorse. Haining gets the hand pass off quickly to Dalgleish. Sends a grubby one along the ground. So chasing it now is Eggington. He goes long off the ground. It looks to have gone off out on the full, I believe, as Chirnside Park will take the kick in again.
Boys, if one of these sides can jump out to a 2-goal lead early in this game, they're going to be hard to run down.
Definitely.
Boundary.
Let's go boundary sign, thanks to Tobin Brothers.
Sorry, boys, getting a bit behind today. I'm trying to navigate the weather and try and work out what's happening, but there's a couple of late changes in the Chirnside Park side today. Andrew Clark is in jersey 15, and also we've got Jackson Faulkner in 30 for the outs. Let me just have a look. Is King, he's not playing, and Ryan Camden's also out today.
Thank you for that. So we're right under the scoreboard. There's a throw-in. Still no team to score after 3 minutes of play in the first term in the Eastland match of the round. Great team tackle there laid by Chirnside on that man from Whitehorse. James Nelson. But we're going to have a ball up on the scoreboard side of the wing. Ball hits the deck. Trying to pick it up now is Brownfield. He's one to watch as well. Whitehorse have regained possession, although the ball is now in dispute. Umpires picked out a free kick, presumably for kicking in danger. And it's Chirnside to go inside 50.
Chirnside now go inside 50 now. Odomat in there. Has been a champion across there. Bit of a hold there. And it's going to go to the Pioneers in Thorne. Charlie Thorne now. Been playing for the Pioneers for a long time now. Premiership player in 2018. Here's that player that's been a late change in Clark. Slattery involved. Snap around the corner there. That was by Clavant. And can't get inside the Panthers forward 50 here. And a strong tackle there early on. Here comes Odomat with a chain of hand pass. Strong tackle there by Slattery. Thorne involved there. Clark as well. And it's going to be a ball up. And here we go. So a ball up here. Just on the 50 arc of the Panthers. Forward 50 here. And just mention these two ruckmen have had a lot of history. They've played a lot of footy against each other, those two, in Thatcher and Haining.
Boundary.
And we've got a big strong tackle there by the Panthers. We'll go to boundary side shortly. And another strong tackle. The tackling pressure's been awesome. Let's go Brett Besson now, thanks to Tobin Brothers.
Yeah, thanks, Blakey. And just a change in or a late in, should I say, in the Whitehorse side, it is Fontanatis who's come into the side. He's wearing jersey 15.
Thank you again, Bestow.
Thank you very much. So Whitehorse tried to get the kick to advantage. It looked like that man there was held in, Alex Comedian. Sorry, I got the number wrong there. I removed him from the team sheet on my laptop. So there you go. So Comedian was infringed with. He's going to have a kick right in the centre of the ground. A foray inside 50. Big plaque flies. Roving it now is Charlie Thorne. Got the hand pass off to Hewitt, who went for goal and just missed to the left. 5:44 gone here in the first term on the Eastland match of the round. It is Whitehorse with the first score. One behind. Chirnside yet to score.
Thank you again, Jono. So doing the kick out for the Panthers at the moment. Really good strong pressure. That I feel like the Pioneers are bringing in. That was the first real look we've really had at the Pioneers going forward. It's been a lot in Chirnside's forward arc here as the Panthers bring play back in, and a great mark contested there. That was by Edward Sim. He plays on immediately here. They want to try get the first goal on the board, do the Pioneers.
Blakey, you spoke about some players that have been around a long time. Eddie Sim, he's been an absolute champion for Whitehorse over a long period.
Yes, he has been as well for the Pioneers. A great servant for the Pioneers. Train of hand passes going around outside there, going forward for the Panthers, but that goes out of bounds.
That was Clark, the new player into the side, who just fumbled that one.
It could be. It might be his debut game. I might have to follow that up with Besto at quarter time if he goes to the coaches, see if that's true or not. I used to go to school with Adrian. He's a lovely friend. So there you go. Thatcher rolls that one. Snaps around the corner there. And a mark, no, not taken, and it's going to be touched as well. It's going to be a boundary throw in.
So we have a boundary throw in on broadcast side. 7 minutes and 20 seconds gone in the first term. Chirnside Park and Whitehorse. And there is a very bad mud patch there as the rucks hit it down to the ground. Trying to fly up there was Leslie. He couldn't quite as the ball hits the ground. He regathers, got it off to the teammate in Clark, who went inside 50. It was intercepted by Dalglish, who stood behind there. He got the kick away. Here's Thorne, who had a bounce opposite broadcast side. 65 from home, roughly. The mark couldn't quite be taken. Has the free kick been given away? Yes, it was by that Chirnside man. And Whitehorse will have another foray inside 50. One would think. I think it's Ward who kicks inside 50. A big plaque flies. Whitehorse managed to grove it. Hand pass comes up. And here's Leslie to try and kick it out from defence. It was successfully gathered by Brownfield. Now they're along the ground on the opposite side of the field, about 60 from home from Whitehorse. And the umpire, to call a stalemate, will have a ball up on the opposite side.
Boys.
Let's go down to the boundary with Brett Beston, thanks to Tobin Brothers.
Just really quickly, an answer to Blake's question. Clark, I believe, is playing his second game today, Blakey.
There you go, second game. So, right on to Adrian. Just shows where they're definitely standing at the moment, just relying on these young players at the moment. Just what I'm gathering through here for the Panthers as play resumes from a boundary throw-in. Still Whitehorse lead, one behind to Chirnside yet to score, about closing in 9 minutes. Another strong tackle there. And where's that going to be? It's going to be a free kick going to the Pioneers in Ben Taylor.
That was a great tackle. I'm glad that the umpire rewarded him for that.
Yes, indeed. And a short kick here.
Oh, that's not far enough, surely.
Geez, I don't know about that one, but
May have just been on the 15 minutes.
Dominic Violi here.
14.99.
Yeah, you can have a look at the replay.
That's it. That's about 10.
That's a mark. That's a mark.
We'll pay it.
We'll give it a shot here.
You can watch the replay again. You can watch it 100 times. It's a mark.
Yes. So Dominic Violi to kick the Pioneers first of the day. Lines up. And it's going to the right. So it's going to be through for a behind. And that moves the first score. We're going to go to the Stat Centre with Paul Laconey.
Yeah, the inside 50 so far. Chirnside Park had the early dominance, but Whitehorse have equalised inside 50s. It's 4 apace.
So Chirnside Park to bring it in from the back line. They kick it about maybe 60 metres from home. It falls in favour of no one in particular, but Chirnside Park still find a way out. They're now inside 50. It's defended, though, by Dalglish. They did well, Whitehorse, to try and get it out, but it's only as far as that Chirnside man, 60 metres out from home. It was turned over, though, in favour of McArdle. And it's gone over the boundary line. In fact, holding the ball is the call. A great tackle laid, and Whitehorse have a free kick, although it's almost cut off by Clevant. Did all right, and then the other Clevant and Chaz got involved. Now, Chirnside Park are inside 50. There's open space ahead. Who can get control of it? There is that man, and his name is Ben Slattery. He's got the first of the day. Chirnside Park, 1 straight 6. Whitehorse, 2 behinds, 10 minutes and 55 seconds gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. A brilliant kick off the ground. Let's get some thoughts from Ray Baird or Ryan Long.
Well, Ray Connell did a great job on Ficker, really was watching him, but out the back was Slattery and no one was near him. So 2 very dangerous players in that area of the ground.
Yeah, now great play by Slattery. You know, off the ground under these conditions. I was going to comment, when the ball come in before that, Chirnside had nobody there and Pioneers had 2. So Chirnside, when the ball goes out of their forward 50, they've got to have someone stay back there.
As play resumes now, Stevens gets that hit out. And a high tackle going again to the Panthers. This is Mitch Skeen. He's going to take proceedings here. Skeen now plays on immediately. Bumps it in. Onomat couldn't get there. Strong big tackle there. And that's going to be another ball up down here on the arc of the forward 50 as we're getting some nice refreshments here by the Chirnside Park faithful. Thanks again for looking after the media team. It's always great to see for your hospitality.
How good.
Stevens now, champion of the Eastern Football Netball League, bumps it inside the forward 50 here. A snap around the corner. It's one-on-one. Slattery!
Exactly what I said, boys. Someone's got to stay back there in the goal square.
Sat in the hole perfectly, didn't he, as well, Ray?
Yep.
Jeez, us commentators will struggle about this. We've got some delicious meat pies right in front of us.
There you go. So he ends up scoring a goal there. Ben Slattery has got his second. And it is 2 straight 12 Chirnside Park to 2 behinds on the Deakin University scoreboard. Deakin University, sorry, I meant Bendigo Bank, but Deakin University is still a great partner of the Eastern Football Netball League.
Yes.
I've actually never said that before, Ryan, and now that's the first time I've ever said that on a broadcast. I completely forgot. Ray Baird, your thoughts?
As proven, when the ball goes out of your forward 50, someone's got to stay back there because sometimes it just repels that quickly that you've got to have somebody, and that's exactly what Slattery's done and got the last 2 goals.
Yep.
So there you go, 13 minutes gone here in the first term on the Eastland match of the round. It's Chirnside Park and Whitehorse on Eastern FM as well as YouTube.
I did say before, boys, if one of these sides can jump out to a 2-goal lead in this first quarter, and Chirnside have done that, so they're going to. It's up now to Whitehorse to try and run them down over the next 3 quarters.
As we get some support from the supporters yelling out.
Indeed. So we've had a brief break in play as the boundary umpires have run it, and will go up again in the ruck. Nicely tapped down by that Chirnside man, but it was straight into the hands of Sim, who kicked it out wide. Trying to get it on was McCardle. He couldn't quite, and now it's in the hands of Chirnside. 60 from Whitehorse goal will go up again. Rucks go at it. Hit out to advantage from Chirnside, but it's off hands, and Whitehorse have a real chance. The kick was in the direction of Violi, couldn't quite. It strayed well and truly left over the boundary line. 14 minutes gone in the first term, and we'll have a boundary throw-in right inside the Whitehorse 50.
It's a good point you made before, Ray, with the conditions today, and we saw last week up Ferntree Gully, they did jump out the gates, but it took Oakley a long time to get themselves back in the game, so important 5 minutes for them.
Yep.
So Haining back in the ruck, gets a hit out there. Here come the Pioneers, a nice little snap around the corner there. Involved there is Fabris. The Pioneers trying to get open, but it's been all the Chirnside Park at the moment. Nice little push in the back there, doesn't get called. Oh, he's going to get called again here. Yep, he is holding the ball. Very delayed holding the ball, but the Pioneers get open here. They get a good free kick here. Involved there is James Nelson. Can't pick up the ball here. This might be going too. Yes, it is. Let's quickly go to the stats center with Paul Laconi.
Yeah, some very good tackling pressure by both sides so far. 10-7 the way of Whitehorse.
Thank you again, Paul. So Josh Clavant does a torpedo, if you don't mind. Haven't seen many of those this year. Bring it back, as I do say. So, but it's all the Panthers at this stage. At the moment.
They've had some chances, Whitehorse. They've been able to get it inside 50, so just got to start converting.
I have to say that potato cake was very good as I recommence the stint here. 15 minutes gone here in the first, and we've got another ball up right in front of us here on commentary position.
It's very tempting, Jono, but I'm waiting till quarter time.
Yes, but hot food is best served hot, as they say, Blake. And it's local footy, so Village at its finest as Whitehorse get a kick about 60 from home, trying to kick it off the ground there was Taylor. He couldn't quite. The tackle was laid, but that Chirnside man didn't have it. Mac Brownfield gets the free kick in defensive 50 right on the paint. He's got options presenting. He goes long. Down the pack. No one can quite take the mark. In there hard there was Zanaro. He couldn't quite. In fact, that was Stoffels. And he almost got the ball back. He did, but he immediately got wrapped up by that Whitehorse defender in Fossinatus. Got another ball up right in front of the Chirnside Park bench. In fact, just on the opposite side to us. Right on the paint of the centre square. Up goes the ball. Chirnside with a hit out to advantage. We've got another stalemate. And we'll do it all again.
Yes, indeed. I have seen as well that Ficcarelli has been moved into the middle now. So trying to get him involved into the game too, boys, as I just alluded to then. So just wanted to let you guys know. Haining involved. Yeah, now this is going to be cold, surely. Yes. So it's going to be a hole in the ball free kick going to Chirnside. It's been their quarter so far as he bombs it inside. Who's going to fight? Slattery.
Oh, big fly.
Couldn't get there. Here comes Chirnside. A snap around the corner. That was by Chaz Clavance. And he kicks the Panthers' third of the day. And it's all been yellow, black and white as we start this game. What a start by the Panthers, boys.
Yeah, they just look a lot dangerous when they go inside 50.
Yeah, look, Clavant, he was in the perfect position. He was front and centre of that ball as it come in, and just his skills, that the way he was so smooth under the wet conditions. And unfortunate for the defender right on the line. If he'd have been a little bit taller, he maybe had touched it, but great play by Chirnside.
3 straight, 18 plays 2 behinds on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 17 minutes and 50 seconds gone as play restarts in the centre of the ground. This time it's Whitehorse getting it out of the middle, and the umpire has blown his whistle as Harper was trying to get onto that one. It is a free kick though to Nelson, who sent it inside 50, found a teammate who then got the hands off to Parsons, and then he was tackled, slammed in the back there by Wright, who comes in today. And it goes over the boundary line in the pocket, so we're going to have a boundary throw in. Let's go to the stats centre with Paul Uconi.
Yeah, the free kick count at the moment is 10-4 the way of Whitehorse.
So we go back in the middle again, and wrapped up there was Wright, but the ball has been kicked away. So is that a holding free kick there, Blake?
Yes.
So a holding free kick there on Wright, and he can switch the play. He goes by hand. They switch to the opposite side of the ground, Chirnside. They've got a lot of space to use, and they will do just that. But now they go down the corridor, and they're almost inside 50. Ooh. Yes, the mark was almost taken. The hands are off. Holding the man is the call it should be. And it's not. Instead, it's gone to Whitehorse and 25. Or is it?
We were in the perfect position, and unfortunately the umpire was on the other side of it.
There you go. So Dalglish has got the ball. He gets it off to Parsons on broadcast side directly in front of us, and he gets the 45 kickoff, but it's not that great. It's about a metre away from the boundary. It goes over the line after Belly. Couldn't quite get onto that one. And we've got another boundary throw in, Blake Tennant.
Yes, indeed. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast here on 98.1 Radio Eastern or Facebook and YouTube, wherever you're watching across on the globe today. Let us know where you're watching, as well as when you're enjoying the footy today between the two heavyweights of Division 4. Slattery bursting through one, couldn't get through the other one. Ward, the skipper there. He started well, but Haven Chirnside started well as well. And a big, strong spoil. I forgot to say, boys, I was doing umpiring escort duties today for my brother's 19s game, and there was an umpire. He loves the media team, and he wanted me to give him a shout-out. So shout-out to that umpire today. So
you got to name him, though.
I don't know his name. I didn't get his name.
An older bloke?
You don't really talk when you're an umpire escort.
Was it an older bloke?
No, he's a young guy. So
What's his name? Brad Pulley.
I didn't get his name.
There's so much for a shout-out, man.
Not much of a shout-out.
The umpire without a name.
It will be Brad Pulley.
Brad Pulley's not a young fella these days.
Not these days, but he
a great guy. He was a member of our media team.
And he's also just
stage.
done his 500th game umpiring.
Yeah, if it was Brad, well done.
Is he in the 19s though? Is he a 19s umpire?
All right, Blake, get back.
Come on, get back to this.
Back to the game. Back to the game now. Involved here. Down we're inside the other wing down here of the Chirnside bench here. Change of hand passes going away, but the Whitehorse Pioneers get it out there, and a mark taken there. That was by Ben Taylor, BT, as Andrew Haining alluded to.
Wow,
snap around the corner there by the Panthers, and this one looks like it's going to roll out of bounds for a boundary throw in.
A check side of sorts. Just couldn't quite get... We'll keep it in the field of play, I suppose, directly in front of us as this boundary throw in. If you're watching on Facebook and YouTube. 3 straight 18 plays, 2 behinds if you've just joined us on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Comes back into play. Whitehorse first hands through it through Parsons. He gets the hand pass off, and now he's Fotonatis. Went the dinky kick along the ground and then regather it. Was shoved in the back by Skeen. And so Fotonatis has a free kick as play grinds to a slight halt. Then he taps his opponent on the back, does Fodenatis. He said, better luck next time. Kick goes forward. One-on-one contest. No one can quite get hands to it, so Whitehorse have to move it along the ground by hand. Violi gets involved. He tried to get Stoffels for help. Couldn't quite. As it moves along the boundary line, a bit like Collingwood from 2010. Still along the boundary line as Clavant tries to get involved of the Josh variety. We've got another ball up then. 22 minutes gone here on the Eastland match of the round.
Yes, one on there by Haining. Good to see as well down there, the boys with the fire pit there. It's also a very wet day down here at Chirnside. So, hope you're enjoying in, of course. Wherever you're watching the footy today, hope you're indoors because it's a very bad day. And I hope our man Besto is okay on the boundary. Slattery now. He's kicked 2 already. He's playing midfield today. Finds a teammate there in Jackson Falconer Holdsworth. Good chain of hand passes there for the Panthers. And a big strong tackle there. And it's going to be a ball up. So, good start here by the Panthers. They try to bring it in the action. They have Haining just brings it out of the ruck if you don't mind. He does all the work there. He just lets his mids get around and gets the hand pass there. And a kick away there. That was by Noah Stoffels there inside the pocket here. And a chain of hand pass again by Trent Castledine. And it's going to be a boundary throw in. So it has been all Panthers early days here. I'm just still waiting. We're still waiting to see if a Pioneers goal can happen. Because they need to. We're about time. We have approached time on as well. So 23 minutes gone. Thatcher gets a tap there for the Panthers. Pioneers trying as well. And it looks like it's going to be another ball up.
We did have a similar game, obviously different conditions at Kimberley Reserve earlier in the season where Chirnside got the jump before Scoresby got back into it. So still plenty of time.
Get out to advantage from Whitehorse there as it fell for Nelson. He couldn't quite pick it up, so Chirnside Park have cleared that one, but it landed straight into the lap of Ward. +1 in Zanaro also got involved, but Chirnside Park are well and truly in control of this contest. There is one defender down there for Whitehorse. He picks it up and couldn't quite, so Clavant of the Josh variety tried to get involved. It went sideways. Faulkner Hawksworth gets involved, and it goes out of bounds. We got a boundary throw in, and we'll also go to Paul Yaconi in the stats centre.
The clearances at the moment are 8-7 the way of Chirnside.
Thank you again, Paul, doing a tremendous job down there.
Blake around the grounds. South Belgrave lead Moolrock 19-6.
Good start there by the Saints over the Mustangs. I think we all probably would have tipped the Saints today, but back to this game. As the Pioneers try to get into the attack. That was a little bit of a hand pass there. Of course, there is no deliberate. People have been watching too much AFL lately and a lot of TV screening, I can definitely see.
They still call for it though, Blake, don't they?
They do, yes.
It is a rule in the EFNL.
No, of course it is. It's just probably applied differently.
So Haining just bumps away Thatcher. He's been doing all the hard lifting early in the ruck. Well, that's his job, I suppose, to give first use. The coach, of course. And another strong tackle.
Scores around the ground, Division 2. Lilydale lead Ringwood 1-5 to 1 straight. Heathmont have got the jump over Mulgrave 4-4 to no score.
Up goes the ball. Was a hit out to advantage there by, what I think, no it wasn't. Sorry, it's gone out of bounds. Right in front of the Eastland logo here on the Eastland match of the round. 26 gone in the first term. 3 straight 18 plays, 2 behinds on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. As Whitehorse inch forward, they can do so. They're inside 50. Now here's Connell who sent it forward, but it went wide. Can we go down to the boundary real quick with Brett Beston? Has the wind picked up or is it still not quite?
Oh, look, it's still nothing significant. There might be an extra blow here and there, but no, it's still pretty insignificant, Jono.
So perhaps just off the side of the boot there, I would say.
Huge chance here for Whitehorse to snare a goal very late in the quarter.
They need it, Ray.
Indeed it is. It comes in back into play in the pocket. Aaron Burt was wrapped up, and we've got another ball up. 26:45 gone in the first. And there is the siren to signal quarter time. That is the score. 3 straight 18 plays, 2 behinds. Chirnside leading Whitehorse. Blake, shall we go through the goal kickers?
Yes, we will. It's all Chirnside at the moment with 3 goals to the Whitehorse Pioneers, 2 behinds. It's Ben Slattery with 2 and Chaz Clavance with the 1. Alrighty, that's it for the first quarter action. Don't miss out, because after this we've got the second quarter action of this Eastland Senior Men's Match of the Round coverage in Division 4.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy to use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome back to the Eastland Division 4 Senior Men's Match of the Round between the Chirnside Park Footy Club up against the Whitehorse Pioneers. It was all the Panthers that quarter with 3 straight goals, 18 to the Whitehorse Pioneers, 2 behinds. Boys, someone take a analysis of that first quarter.
Yeah, well, I think every time Chirnside Park went forward, they looked very dangerous because once the ball hits the deck, you've got Ficarelli there. Slattery made the most of his opportunities. Clavant as well. They've got those players who are match winners up forward that can certainly win you a game. So they look quite dangerous when they go forward. Whitehorse, you know, they had some chances early on, particularly in that first 5 to 7 minutes, and just weren't able to get much out of it. So they've got to certainly improve in that area in this quarter. If potentially
boundary.
We've seen, we'll go down the boundary first with Brett Besson.
Thanks, boys. I'm pretty happy Chirnside coach Dave Newlands with you. Dave, not too much to not like in that first quarter. You were pretty good.
Yeah, and the boys put the pressure up, which is really good. It's just hard in these conditions. Obviously, you try to take advantage of everything you can get. So, good start, but it's only a start. So, yeah.
You focused a bit on the keeping in the contested ball up and winning the hard ball, which is obviously a big factor on a day like today.
Yeah, definitely. It's, this is about a game of inches today. So, whatever you can get the ball moving forward, you want them to be first to the contest is what we want to do. So.
Good man. Thank you very much.
A big thanks to Brett Beston there. Thanks to Tobin Brothers celebrating lives. Ray Baird, I've got a question for you. How does Whitehorse get back into this game?
Well, first of all, they've got to take advantage of Haining's work in the stoppages around the ground. He's getting the hit out, but they're not getting the advantage of that. And look, all is not lost for them. You know, we're only 16 points down. They've got 3 quarters to make that up. And they've just got to tighten up a little bit and maybe play some wet weather football. I like to see both sides, but particularly Whitehorse to use the ball, kick it off the ground rather than trying to pick it up.
So almost in readiness here. I'm not sure what we're waiting for, but the ball is in the centre of the ground.
Maybe.
We'll get underway. The next voice you'll hear, Blake Tennant.
So here we go. We're going to ball it up here. 2 rucks going out to Thatcher. Gets the hit out there. Slattery involved. He's already kicked 2. And trying to get it out there is the Pioneers, but it's been pressured by these Panthers. They've been terrific early days. Haining gets a hit out there. Going to sock it off the ground here. Trying to pick it up is James Belly. He does. He kicks it to Oda Mats.
Long live the king.
He's been playing some pretty good footy. Of course, moving to Chirnside Park last year. Being a Saints, of course. Won 2 premierships there in 19 and, of course, 2022. He's been a quieter player, hasn't he, boys?
Well, he certainly has, and he's the other player we didn't mention. Another match winner up forward, so it's very hard to stop.
So Adamat lines up just on the left of the 50-yard kick. Gets on its way, and it's there. And the Panthers have their 4th, and that moves the score to 4 straight. 24 to Whitehorse, 2 behinds. It's a bit of alarming bells right now, isn't it, for the Pioneers' point of view, boys?
Yeah, it certainly is. And look, Odamat just does what Odamat does. You know, that's his game. It takes a big mark, kicks a long goal. That's what he's done right throughout his career. But look, Whitehorse now, they've just got to get control of that football. That's the main thing.
That's right. And that was a fantastic mark considering the conditions
Oh, yeah,
as
conditions.
well.
And a good kick too, you know.
There's play. Oh, sorry.
Career game 271 there for Lee Odamat. And his side are doing very well. There he is trying to get involved as Chirnside Park moved 55 metres out from home. Ward was wrapped up. Umpire to call for it. 55 from home, just in the pocket. On the flank or the junction, perhaps, as former media manager, I nearly said Ryan Long. His name is Matt Fodia. He used to call.
Just some scores around the grounds. North Ringwood lead Wanturna South 31-18. 1-2 apiece at Montrose Bayswater, and Mitcham lead Doncaster 15-12.
We get back into play. Rocks go at it, and it was Thatcher who was nudged out of it. Kick trying to go forward there for Charlie Thorns. Not the best as it fell off his chest. It goes over the boundary line. 2.5 minutes gone. Second term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Thanks again, Jono. Doing a tremendous job calling this game alongside me. Haining and Thatcher in the ruck. Hewitt involved there. And again, it's going to be a boundary throw in as well. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast, of course. Listening live on your radio on 98.1 Radio Eastern and Facebook and YouTube of the Eastern Football Netball League streaming platforms here. And again, going to be another boundary throw in here. It's just a bit like that. And listening through the scores there of what Ryan just alluded to, a lot of low scoring today, I reckon. But this one's got a high scoring, I reckon, in this one due to the Panthers' hot start here. Early days. 2 rucks going in it. Slattery involved there. Good hand pass there. That was by Violi. And a small kick there again. That was by James Belly. Skeen involved there. Ficcarelli, Slattery. 2 good names there that the Panthers have been very well known to. Clark involved there. The second gamer does a hand pass there to try and bring the Panthers forward. Pressure back into it. And the ball's just trying to get around there. It's going to be another ball up.
So we'll get that one. Indeed. Umpire gets the ball back. He throws it up. Rucks go at it. Was slapped back down to ground by Paul Thatcher. So -1 in Ficcarelli gets the ball and Kicks forward just to the right. Yep. So another behind has scored. In fact, the first behind for Chirnside Park. 4-1-25. Leads Whitehorse 2 straight behinds. The kick is intercepted there. The Panthers go back inside 50. Big pack flies, but one man stands above the rest. And a super mark there taken.
I think that's Slattery again, isn't it, boys? No?
Sorry, that is Sam Downey.
Okay.
He
Same haircut, Ray.
Stood above the rest, and he...
I was looking above the
just
shoulders.
grabbed it perfectly.
They both haven't got any hair.
So Sam Downey, third season with the Panthers this year. The former Mustang approaches. Not much angle to speak of, and the goal umpire didn't have to move. That's another major there for Chirnside Park. 5-1-31. Leads Whitehorse to behinds Ray Baird.
Major concerns now for Whitehorse. They must kick the next goal. If they don't kick the next goal, you could almost, I know it's an early call, but you could almost say it's going to be a bridge too far.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right.
It's way too difficult. Let's go down to the boundary line with Brett Beston. Thanks to Tobin Brothers.
I'm not sure if we've got mark of the day, boys, but that's the winner, hands down. That is an incredible mark in these conditions. Absolutely sensational.
Plucked it thanks to Ringwood Mazda. That probably is a contender.
Yes, as play continues on. Thatcher gets the hit out there. Ward involved there. Involved here. They need to get a score going here. Drew in there. Stoffel's involved there. And a mark taken there. That was by Caleb Parsons. Wants to bring it inside 50. Big fly. And goes out of bounds.
Again, the choices, Blake. I mean, that one, you almost pinpointed a Chirnside Park player on the chest. And
yeah, they haven't had the luxury too with what's been out with them. Tom Young should be there, but unfortunately not playing today. He's been a big out. He's kicked 50-plus goals this year for the Pioneers. So another big out there. In case you're listening on, he was out. So the Pioneers now a strong tackle there. Didn't get called there. And the Panthers again trying to go back onto the attack. And that man in Downey, he already kicked the last goal. Gets a kick off there.
Big roost.
And Slattery involved there. Still involved. And a bit of a hole. Yep, that was there. Geez, they're complaining, these Panthers, after we could even see it out here. We're probably 100 metres away almost. So his play again continues. And in danger.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, that was in danger. And it's going to go to the Panthers.
So Chirnside have a kick in the centre of the ground. It was in the direction of Belly, who couldn't quite pick it up. So +1, although opposition. Dalglish got the hands off to a teammate who then sprayed it. It's bounced a couple of times over the boundary line on broadcast side. About 70 from home for the Panthers. So umpire to bring it back into play now. He does just that. Falls behind for Whitehorse's. Violi was wrapped up. We've got a ball up on the edge of the centre square. Umpire to restart things in a moment. 8 minutes gone, second term. Chirnside 5-1-31. Plays Whitehorse 2 behinds on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Up we go. Haining just took it out of the ruck. Got it off to a teammate there in Sim, who got wrapped up and gone.
Again, as you said, Ray, as much as Haney can dominate through the ruck battle, it just hasn't worked for anything.
His midfielders just aren't working.
Yeah. No, I was just watching that as the ball went up. There was no movement by any of the Whitehorse players on the ground. You've got to move and put a bit of pressure on the opposition players around that contest.
You're not wrong.
So the free kick there was to Brownfield, intercepted by Haining, who went straight to ground. But they can make best use of this one. McGee got the hands off. Intercepted by Whitehorse. Kick sits perfectly for Fabris. He couldn't take the mark. Was he infringed with? Yes. He's got the free kick right on the cricket pitch.
Indeed. Play continues on here. And a strong tackle there. That was well done there by Chaz Clavant. Both of the big brothers there involved in a strong tackle. And the umpire took his time there to get called. Let's go to Stats Centre thanks to Paul Laconi.
Yeah, Chirnside's tackling pressure's been outstanding to start this second quarter. They lead in that department 8-2.
Thank you. That, again, doing a tremendous job, Paul. And a kick off there by the Panthers. Chain of hand pass kicked it well there that was by Skeen. Fico involved there, and it's going to be a boundary throw in. So we're about 9 in a bit minutes into this second quarter. Whitehorse still no goal. The Panthers are leading 31-2 in a big Division 4 classic down here, but it's not turning into one as it's all been the Panthers. So play continues on here, and a strong tackle there. Got a kick off the ground there. In there involved is Thorne. And here come, they want to try move the ball. Fabris involved there, but again, the pressure has just been everywhere. 1-on-1 in the goal square there. Thatcher involved. Here's Slattery, a snap around the corner, and it's going to go out of bounds on the full.
Some scores around the ground, sorry, Ray. Doncaster East 2-4 to Vermont 1-2.
Chirnside just looks so more dangerous when the ball goes into their forward 50 than what Whitehorse do.
Well,
every time it goes in there, you think they're going to score.
Yep. Thanks, Ray. It's about to happen again. As McGee gets the ball, sends it inside, although it was a 2-on-1 contest in favour of Whitehorse. They can still make amends here. Chirnside, the kick goes out of bounds. Let's go to the stats centre with Paul Uconi.
Yeah, they're really dominating the inside 50s in this second quarter. Chirnside, they lead that 6-1.
So Whitehorse to bring things in from the pocket. The ball went out in the full. It's a big kick, 2-on-1 contest in favour of Chirnside. Gathering the ball there is McDougall. Got a bit of work to do. Out the back is that man in Berger. Ball hits the deck. And holding the ball is the call. In fact, no, it was in the back. To go the way of Taylor. Kicked forward. And it was immediately intercepted, or was it? It's going the way of Whitehorse. They're going to continue on their merry way, Blakey.
Yes, they want to try and get a score going here. James Nelson got the ball here. Little kick involved. They need a score. Snap here. Around the corner. It's there. And it's a goal. That was by Kamorian. And that is the first for the Pioneers. They needed that.
Oh, boy, did they.
5-1-31 Chirnside to Whitehorse 1-2-8.
Well, they just needed to make the most of an opportunity, and that's what Chirnside Park were doing in the first quarter. Get it to ground, get your small forwards to get around it, and that's what they just able to do then. So a very timely goal for them. Not completely out of it. It still is only 4 goals the margin. So I know it's just the style that they have been playing. They haven't been playing a wet weather brand of football.
But in the last couple of minutes and getting that ball forward, they were starting to kick the ball off the ground a bit, Brian, and put themselves in a position to get that goal.
Umpire throws the ball up. Haining had little to no opposition, but it's still in the hands of the opposition player. McGee did all right, still in the centre of the ground. Stevens gets involved as well. Short kick to the end of the cricket pitch wasn't that great, so Odermatt picked it up. On the left, is it gone? It's going. It goes almost to the goal square. Couldn't quite make it in. Hewitt picks up the ball and then doesn't, and then getting involved as well is Dalgleish. They come around. Best chance here for Chirnside Park. Over the back is Thatcher. Easy as you like. In fact, I think it might have been right, was it?
No, I think you're right. I think it was
Thatcher.
Thatcher. Yep.
Thatcher, yeah.
There you go.
I mean, it's just as dangerous of a handball it is going across goal in that dangerous spot in the wet weather.
Yeah.
It was. There you go.
It's
Sorry,
just
guys. A bit
poor
anticlimactic.
It was a poor decision, and obviously dropped something you should have taken.
Even the ball, but realistically, the ball should never have been in the goal square, because when they had that on the boundary in the pocket, they should have come down the line instead of handballing back into that goal square.
The moment it went across, things just looked so dangerous, didn't it, Ray?
That's what I said. Every time they go forward, Chirnside, they look like they're going to score.
Yeah, they're stars everywhere in that forward line, Ray. So as Haining gets the hit out, and we're going to see how this one hits. We'll stay in the same spot. The umpire's been really good on trying to get this ball out here. Elise's here, and a kick away there. That was done by Bally. And a mark taken there. That was by Tom Connell. Finds him now to play Edward Sim. Been a club legend for the Pioneers.
Yep.
Plays on here. This is better by the Pioneers if they can get a mark going forward here. And a strong tackle by 3 Panthers. Snap around the corner. That was by Thorne.
Wow.
And it's going to be through for a rush behind. That moves the score to Whitehorse 139 to Chirnside 6-1-37. We're about 14 in a bit on the Bendigo Bank
Blakey,
score.
the way they move that ball from the back line
Much
then,
better.
the big long kick
Yeah.
straight down the corridor,
But-
don't muck about with it.
Play the conditions.
Connell makes them look really good. I've noticed that with the vision.
Oh,
looking
good
as
mark.
well.
So
Good
Belly
mark,
sent
Andy.
it out miles outside 50, but the intercept mark was taken by McDougall, who sent it back, and that's an easy mark for that Whitehorse forward. Had no one around.
Ryan, week in, week out, we talk about momentum in football. Well, the momentum has just changed now, and Whitehorse, they're up and about for now, whereas at the first quarter and a bit, the momentum was certainly with Chirnside.
Mark was taken, can't see a number, and it's gone right.
Bad miss.
That's probably the only other thing. They haven't made many...
well, you got that momentum. You got to hit the scoreboard.
1-4-10 plays 6-1-37. Chirnside Park leading on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Eastland match of the round. Chirnside Park to bring it in. Let's go to the stats centre with Paul.
Yeah, the tackle count at the moment is 11-5 the way of Chirnside.
Thank you again to Paul Laconi. Intercept mark taken by Hewitt.
3 intercept marks to 1 in this quarter in favour of Whitehorse.
Thank you again, Paul. Doing a tremendous job here. Chain of hand passes for the Panthers. Gray involved there. Stevens, of course, he's been everywhere. Finds another teammate in Chaz Clavant. An intercept mark taken by the Pioneers. He's in the 4 now. See, I'm on top here for you, Paul, there. Berger involved there. He's been a general down back, of course, moving from Forest Hill to Chirnside this year. He's been really good down the back there, but play continues. Skeen does a big tackle there, and the umpires say my footy. And I forgot to mention too, it's Marty doing the goal umpiring today, of course. He did his...
Marty prizes?
Yes, did his 2,000th game a couple of weeks back. So it's good to see you, Marty, doing this game as well as doing a tremendous goal umpire through the league as well. As play continues on. Onomat snaps around the corner, if you don't mind.
Ooh.
And it goes... No score at all, I believe. Yep. And it's going to be a boundary throw-in.
But do we know how many Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day contenders that our man Lee Odermatt's had? Because I reckon that was just about a contender, but just didn't quite sit in the right spot there, Ryan.
His teammate Ficcarelli has probably had that award every single time we've covered one of his games.
Fair enough too. We'll see if he can get the chocolates again as the ball comes back into play. Ficcarelli, speak of the devil, had the ball and then lost it. He still had it as the ball will come up now.
Around the ground, South Croydon lead Roeville 34-13, and Baldwin lead Berwick 30-14.
Definitely a lot of anticipation, as I said, down at Cheong after 1 and perhaps 2 wins today in the reserves. I'm not sure, Ryan. Maybe you can get that for us as Whitehorse do move forward, but it's intercepted by the Panthers. They send a kick forward, 52 from home. Off the ground there was Belly, did okay. It went back a few metres. Downey got involved there. In fact, sorry, it was Slattery. Got mixed up a bit like Ray Baird earlier. Kick goes forward for Whitehorse. Kick was in the direction there of Stoffels. It was. It's intercepted. Stevens has the ball. He kicks forward.
He does, Stevens. And a free kick going the way. Yep, it is going to go to the free kick going to the Panthers. McGee, the late in today for the Panthers. And a great mark taken there. They just need to slow it down. Here we go. Into a side, a corridor kick there. Finds a player in Angus McCardle, who does again the top. There's been a couple of these. It has worked here. If this can go out, no, it doesn't. And the Panthers doing terrific. And again, that player in McCardle has the ball here. Doesn't go to Thorpe. He instead gets smothered. Thorpe, sorry.
Appropriate for the Olympics, though, Blake, that's for sure.
Yes, and the ball goes out of bounds for a boundary throw-in. So, we're about 19 and a minutes gone. It's the Panthers leading by 27 points, 6-1-37 to Whitehorse, 1-4-10.
Around the grounds, Baroni lead Croydon 15-11, and Heathmont lead Mulgrave 34-5.
So the ball comes back into play. First hands from Whitehorse. They can send it alongside the centre line on broadcast side. It's all too much as the mark couldn't quite be taken by that man there in Clevant. He's immediately wrapped up. And that man there, McArdle, gets his just reward. Moves on quickly to a big pack of players. No one can quite take the mark, so it's Chirnside's to win off the ground. Berger got the hands off to his teammate in Slattery, who sent it down the centre of the ground. All too much, though. It's marked by McDougall. And immediately smothered, so here's a big chance here for Chirnside. The kick was off the ground. It was good to Clevant, who sent it in the Fickerelli direction. And he goes off the left! And it's hit the post!
Great thinking by Fickerelli then. You know, that's what he does. Absolutely magic.
Super thinking, just couldn't quite convert. Chirnside 6-2-38, plays 1-4-10 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, Blake.
Yes, indeed. Trying to think of a soccer goal there by Fickerelli. Tremendous work rate there. So Harper tries to move it inside. Connell involved there. Clark, the late in for the Panthers. Another lane in Falconer Holdsworth. This is great by the Panthers here.
Good mark.
And an intercept mark taken there. That was by Joel Douglas. So Douglas has the ball here. Plays on. Tries to boom it forward. Stevens involved there. Chain of hand passes there for the Pioneers. Involved there is Ben Taylor.
They literally went 18 and 19 there as well.
Yes, they did. And here come. They've
Here we
been
go.
better. They've been better with this so far when they're bringing forward. But in the middle here is right now is Callum Harper. Slattery involved there. He's been awesome for the Panthers to kick things off already. He's got 2. And he's definitely trying to prove him forward.
Ray, one player I think really needs to stand up in the second half is Ed Sim, a really talented player for the Pioneers, but just hasn't had any impact yet.
Yeah, no, you're dead right there. Charlie Thorne, he's had a lot of the football too, but if the two of them can get going in tandem, that'll certainly lift them.
Up it went, down it comes. Brody Gray trying to get involved. Now here's Odermatt, who sees it over the boundary line right in front of the visitors' bench. And we'll go for another boundary throw in. 22 minutes gone here in the second term of the Eastland match of the round. 6-2-38 plays 1-4-10 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Up we go. Haining. His teammates send it in. Goes over the boundary line, though, just a bit like a 40-20 kick of sorts in rugby league, but nevertheless, the umpire will have this one.
That was good then by Hayner and the smalls around him, because when he got it, they were on the move. Now, that's what's been lacking early in the game.
Definitely, Ray. On the money there, Haney. Bit of a hold there, doesn't get called there. That's going to be a ball up.
Yeah, may have been unlucky.
Yeah.
Yep. 2 of the big boys going at it here, Thatcher and Haining. Bit of a push in the back again, no call. Ball circling around here. And it's going to be another ball up here on the top of the 50 arc of the Whitehorse goal here. Big Division 4 clash with huge stakes after this. Whoever win this one will be huge. A double chance could be on the winners' cards today.
Around the grounds, Templestowe leading the Waverley Blues 38-11. That's a big result there for the Dockers.
I did tip the Dockers in pre-game, so they must have listened to me and back.
Guaranteed they didn't.
So having the ball now is BT and Ben Taylor.
He's been very good. He's one player that's had a lot of the football today.
Yes, can't agree there as he plays on. And another soccer kick here. They'll be seeing plenty of them.
Did you say you can't agree or you do agree?
Do agree.
You said you can't agree.
Can't agree more is what you wanted to say.
That look said anything, Jono. That said everything.
Just quickly around the ground, Scoresby 45, Kilsyth 6.
There we go. Ball comes back into play. It comes off hands. Chance there for Fodonatis, who's immediately wrapped up. Does he think?
Too high tackle. Too high.
So I think it was
shoulder.
Stoffels who wanted the advantage, but it was too high, in fact. Fodonatis. And he has got a kick on the 45. Thought immediately about playing on, but was he going to handball to the opposition? Skeen was just waiting for it. In fact, no, it wasn't. It was Clevant.
I think you'll find it was his left hand on his left shoulder rather than the right, what we could see.
Fodonatis goes for it. It falls very short. So a pack of players on the goal line, and it goes just to the right. Spoiled, so another behind. And it's 1-5-11 Whitehorse behind Chirnside, 6-2-38. 25 minutes gone here on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
This play continues on here. I think everyone just wants to cool down a bit. Just having a look at the kick in there by Chirnside. Momentum is definitely kicking away there. They've had a lot of the ball in their forward 50. Have the Pioneers. 2 rucks going at it. There's also been a change as well with Daniel Egginton. He's been the forward ruck for the Pioneers up against Thatcher. There was about 4 Panther players involved.
Here we go
there.
again.
And a big bump there, but Pemberton gets it out. And the whistle wasn't great there. I can see why. There's been rain around, so we'll have to change a whistle there, but that's okay.
Water generally helps the P in the whistle there, Blake.
Yeah, so as play continues on, Bennett Mills has the ball here. And a mark taken there by Thatcher. He's been pretty good today, boys.
Just watching Ficarelli, very sore from that last contest. We'll keep an eye on him.
Yeah.
Thatcher kicks forward. Top of the 50. Mark was almost taken there by Downey. He fell on his back. Now Whitehorse trying to send a kick, but Odermatt intercepts it. He goes straight to Slattery. Just to the left of the goalpost, it was in that direction. So he's about maybe 10 metres, maybe 15 metres from home on a slight angle.
Just used his body so well. Was coming back with the fly of the ball too.
Yep. Just put his backside out in the way of the Whitehorse player.
So 305-ish career games for him.
This will be huge for him to kick 3 goals to half-time under these conditions for a big man. That's very unusual.
He approaches, a very calm one. Just walking in. That's a little bit faster. He kicks. And kicks truly. You could hear the reaction. He's put one finger up in the air. And he's got 3 to half-time. Incredible stuff here from Chirnside Park, who leads 7-2-44. The Whitehorse 1-5-11 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 27-12 gone in the second term.
You're dead right, Rave. There's one player who's just done everything right so far that he possibly could. It's been Slattery.
Yep.
And you've got to also remember he's gone in the midfield right now as well. So
done a couple of things good down back as well. He's been everywhere.
He's been everywhere. He's definitely on target for the Sportsco Player of the Day game today. So there you go. We'll have more awards post game, but he's on track for that. There's a mark taken there. How's there by Charlie Thorne. He finds Haining, bit of a move up forward there for the big fella and Andrew Haining, and that's going to go out of bounds. On the full, play on immediately there is Parsons. Parsons tries to bomb it, and a mark taken by Berger. He does a handball straight away.
Oh, jeez.
And that's going to go out of bounds.
Tapped over. 28-12 gone now. Thanks very much for listening on Eastern FM 98.1 as well as YouTube and Facebook. Eastern FNL is the place where you can find it. Check us out on socials as well. As the ball comes back into play. Kicking it out there is Skeen. Fell straight into the hands of Downey, who takes his time. Soren can't be too far away now. Downey goes down the line, although it was off hands. On broadcast side, the ball goes over the boundary line. 7-2-44, place 1-5-11 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Blake Tennant.
Yes, indeed. So I feel like this quarter's been won a little bit by the Pioneers, but still the Panthers has just been taking control straight away. So, but a better quarter there by the Pioneers. They needed to, because this could be blown out pretty easily, but they've stuck to it as Picarelli gets a snap around the corner.
Nicely done.
And that will do us here. That is half-time now down here at Kimberley Reserve. It's the Panthers 7-2, 44 to Whitehorse 1-5-11. That is half-time. Jono, you want to read out the goal kickers for that quarter?
Yes, indeed. So Slattery has 3 to half-time and singles to Odermatt, Thatcher, and Clavin. I think someone else has one there as well, but for Whitehorse, just a single goal goes to McDougall.
Yeah, Downey kicked one as well down the bottom.
Sorry, yeah, that's right.
No worries. Look, that quarter, they increased they kicked 4 goals, 1 there, Chirnside to 1 goal, 3 for the quarter. So, you did make the comments, that you thought that Whitehorse were getting back into that then. They were, but they didn't hit the scoreboard.
Yeah. Alrighty, that will do us for second quarter. We're out to half-time here. It's the Panthers leading over the Pioneers.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland match of the round. It is Chirnside and Whitehorse at Kimberley Reserve. A very rainy afternoon, very rainy Saturday afternoon. John O'Van, Ryan Long and Brett Beston with you for the halftime show. And it's been a hard first 60 minutes for the Whitehorse Pioneers, Ryan.
It has, and I thought maybe with the weather conditions it might suit them with being 2 key forwards down, but it just hasn't. They haven't played that brand of football in the first half. They somewhat got back in the contest in the second quarter, but again, 1 goal 5, didn't take their opportunities. Probably should be 2 or 3 goals, or 1 or 2 goals more than what they are sitting at half time. So they've got a lot of work ahead of them in this second half. They've got a bit of work through the midfield. I thought Haining's been quite good in his ruck battles with Thatcher and obviously Stick Stevens, but just hasn't had the immediate help from those midfielders that he's getting it down to. I look at Ed Sim and I know the quality of a player that he is, and he just hasn't had the impact that you need him to have if they're to go on to win this game. They've got a long way to come back from now. It's 6 goals or less than 6 goals, but it feels like it's on the edge of this being just about over. If Chirnside Park come out and kick the first 2, that's all she wrote.
Shall we take a moment and acknowledge one of our other sponsors in MEGT who are sponsoring the Rookie of the Day? Do you have that one on record, Ryan? And can you tell us?
I definitely do, but it's in my bag at the moment.
Okay.
So you've thrown me.
Hold that thought. Thank you, of course, for joining us. And
MEGT Australia, one of our proud
Yes,
sponsors of the league, just going to go through. We've got a few names and potentially Clark adding to that list as he comes into the side. But Xavier Leslie for Chirnside Park, Mac Brownfield, Ryan Kamen and Brodie Gray, all MEGT Australia Rookie of the Day nominees for Chirnside Park, and Caleb Parsons for Whitehorse. So a couple of options there for the award. Of course, we've got the Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day and the Sports Go Eastland Best on Ground Award. And Vic Gurley again, and you were calling it at the time, the soccer on the ground from the pocket.
He almost
had it.
He almost had it. I would think at this stage, now obviously it is a little bit premature to think about the Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day,
Yep.
but I reckon that piece of play involving Paul Thatcher at the end was just fantastic. He was just in the right spot, and they moved the ball so well, Chirnside. And as Ray has alluded to so many times already, whenever they get the ball forward, they're looking dangerous, and it's just incredible to watch.
They are. You're absolutely right. Every time they've gone inside 50, the ball hits the deck. You've got so many players that are down there. Slattery, Ficcarelli, Clevance hit the scoreboard. Odermatt. There's just so many game winners, and Whitehorse are finding it quite difficult to shut down those players. And once the ball hits the deck, they've struggled. And they've got to create those same opportunities in their forward half, which they started to do in that second quarter, but still got a long way to go. So, and as you said, that one that Thatcher ended up on, I mean, you're handballing across goal in wet conditions. I can't remember who dropped the ball, and obviously it was a bad mistake, but he's under pressure in wet conditions, and it's a bad spot to put him into, and obviously to make that mistake at that crucial point of the ground. And that's just costly. Sometimes you've got to reassess your options when the conditions are like this.
It's obviously commonplace in footy for a coach to sort of address his troops at halftime. And if you're Andrew Haining, what are you saying to your blokes in the sheds? Ryan, we'll start with you as Ray Baird joins us as well.
Yeah, well, Ray, if you're Andrew Haining, first of all, I mean, there's some things you would take out of that second quarter. You show your boys and go, this is what we really need to do a lot more of. Being a bit more direct, just gaining that territory, which they didn't do in the first quarter, getting their midfielders more involved in the contest. A lot of times, they might end up with the footy thanks to Andrew Haining, but you've got 3 Chirnside Park players to 1 straightaway tackle, free kick, and it's going back the other way. So they've got to start winning the ball out of the midfield, getting more players around the contest, and then creating those opportunities and converting.
Yeah. Well, in answer to your question, some people might say my answer is going to be a bit strange, but that in that quarter, Whitehorse's back 6, they were under a lot of pressure, but they repelled a lot of times the ball went in there, whereas in the first quarter, every time it went in there, they scored Chirnside. So their back 6 are working. So what they've got to try and do now is keep that back 6 working, get a bit of movement around the stoppages still with the big, with Andrew Haining there. You can't stand still. You've got to be on the move as soon as that ball's thrown up to put a bit of pressure on your opposition player there. They're making it easy in those stoppages for Chirnside by not moving around the players that are on the ground. And then, of course, you've just got to try and get meterage. Control the ball when they can. Slow the game down, control the ball when they can. They've still got half a game of football to go. 5-6 goals. It's gettable if they go about it.
That's right. It's 33 points, Jono. So it's not 50 points. It's not 8 goals.
I'm optimistic it's not out of reach by any means. Can we go to some scores? Ryan, what have you got for us?
We can. We'll start at Premier Division. Bowen lead Berwick at half-time, 37-15. South Croydon lead Roeville 40-27. They got a jump on them in that first quarter, but Roeville slowly pegging them back. Doncaster East leading Vermont 36-16. So that's very interesting, Rave. South Croydon win, Vermont lose. That puts Vermont under the pump for that last spot in the top 5. We'll move on to Division 1 and looking at the games around the grounds. We touched on this one earlier. It's been pretty close. Mitcham lead Doncaster by 4 points, 30-26. Another close game out at Montrose, and the Demons lead 1-5-11 to 1-2-8. A very low-scoring game out there at Montrose. South Belgrave comfortable lead over Mooroolbark 40-14. Beaconsfield lead Park Orchards 29-18, and North Ringwood lead Wanturna South 31-20.
Gee, that's interesting, that Park Orchard Beaconsfield, because Park Orchards are undefeated at home also.
They haven't lost it, Dominic.
Indeed. Plenty more scores and updates to come throughout the rest of the day. We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, the second half of the Eastland match of the round between Chirnside Park and Whitehorse.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing kickboxing personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome back to the Eastland match of the round in Division 4. It's a big one here. Huge ramifications for both of these teams. A huge double berth for finals. You'll get the double chance, of course. It's massive stakes here. But it's been at the moment is the Panthers at the moment taking a 7-2-44 to the Pioneers, 1-5-11 lead at the moment. Down here, I'm Blake Tennant here, calling the game alongside John O'Ven today. He's doing a tremendous job here for his first game of senior men's football. We're going to throw it over to Ryan Long, who's got some scores for us around the grounds.
Around the grounds, we'll jump into Division 2 now. Bronya 21 to Croydon 12. Eastfield lead the Basin 32-13. Heathmont lead Mulgrave 35-13, keeping their finals chances alive. Ringwood lead Lilydale 20-12, and Templestowe lead the Waverley Blues 38-11.
Thank you again, Ryan Long
A little bit
here.
unexpected for Mulgrave, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's disappointing for them. Division 3 as well. Sylvan 40, Warrandyte 7. Surrey Park 37 to Fair Park 6. Oakley District, Knox leading 43 to 18. Donvale leading Upper French Gully 45 to 5.
Thank you again to Ryan Long here. And bringing in for the third quarter is John Oven.
Second half underway at the Eastland match of the round. Chirnside Park 7-2-44 plays Whitehorse 1-5-11. We're underway. Whitehorse go inside 50. Chance over the back. That man was definitely held as Chirnside Park managed to get it out. Collecting the ball now is McGee, who goes down the ground. Tackled there by Nelson on the, I suppose, left end of the cricket pitch, as the case may be. Umpire will ball it up now. 30 seconds gone. Nicely worked by Haining, who caught it out of the ruck once again. And now Whitehorse get to work. 2-on-1 contest. It was Fabris who couldn't quite. Ball hits the deck. Players come with it.
Here's
Now
one for
it's
you,
up.
Blake. Luke Merrick watching in from Mumbai, India.
Easton's everywhere, as the case may be. Ryan, first time I've probably said that on a men's match of the round, as Slattery kicks it out, but it was only in the direction of Hewitt. He got it back, tapped it along the ground in the direction of Stoffels. Now here's a chance here for Slattery. He kicks out, does very well, and they're well and truly on here. Now goes in the direction of Downey. Can he pick it up? Yes, he can. Is he going to go by foot? He's got a bit of work to do now. He was pushed off it. Well done there by McDougall. Players hit the deck. Tackle laid by Nelson again. We've got a ball up 52 from Chirnside Park's home. 90 seconds gone in the third term.
Yes, they need to find a score to the Pioneers. It's all been the Panthers early on here in the first half here. And that ball's going to be shifted away.
Quick one for, sorry, Blake. Quick one for Ray. Do you feel like Whitehorse just have a little bit of a spark in, the past 90 seconds have shown just a little bit of promise?
I was just going to say, they've opened up this quarter a lot stronger than what we've seen previously.
Thank you again to Ray Baird doing a special comments today, as he's been doing for 20 years. He's been a very big part of our media team, and he's doing a tremendous job all year round. So thanks again, Ray. No worries there. So play continues on here for the Pioneers into the attacking 50 of them, and they find a mark. It's taken. Yes, it is.
Well, they were pretty confident
by
that
Alex
it
Comedian.
hit the ground.
He's already kicked one too, boys.
Have a look on the replay. Chirnside Park
You
plays
make the
very
call.
confident. Might not be the best angle for us, so we can't quite tell from here.
We almost need about 3 cameras.
Umpire's call, boys.
Yep.
Gotta love the AFL Review Centre.
Yes, as
always gets a nod.
Comedian lines up for his second of the day. It's there. Just had to see that one through there, and that's a goal. And that is the Pioneers' second of the day. It's Chirnside Park 7-2-44 to Whitehorse 2-5-17.
And Jono, just to answer that question again, yes, Whitehorse have come out with a far more endeavour than what they have in the first half.
And if they are any chance, they had to hit the scoreboard first and quickly.
Well, then they've got to follow it up. They've got to follow it up.
Boundary, Brett Beston.
Yeah, I just checked with the team on the bench, and they just said Andrew Haining's message was pretty simple at half-time. Just get it in there, he said.
And they did just that. 3.5 minutes gone, third term. Haining took it out of the ruck again. Can you believe that? -1 to Violi. Did all right. Taylor tried to get involved. That was the Josh variety. He's on hands and knees trying to get that one out, but they can't quite, as it's 50 from home for Whitehorse. Umpire held his hands out expecting the footy, but it just went a bit left. Haining this time, he taps the ball conventionally, but it's now in the hands of Chirnside Park, who go down the centre of the ground. Kick was looking there for Ficcarelli, couldn't quite. Now it's inside 50 for Chirnside Park. Off hands, did all right. Now here's a chance, as it does go slightly out. Dalgleish, courtesy of. And now here's the man who's done so well, Ficcarelli. He played on quickly. Open goal square, just to the right.
That combination, Odermatt was the one that kicked the ball down. Ficcarelli, a lot of experience with those two.
This play continues on here.
Got to wait for the goal umpire.
Yes, it's been a rule for a long time now. You got to wait for the flags. Laurie
Just wait for the signal, I would have thought, wasn't it?
No, it's the flags. So you got to wait
Flag,
for
got to wave the flag.
Yeah, Connell involved there. James Nelson. Clark involved there. Finds an easy way out by Josh Clavant, and that's going to go through for a behind. Moves the score to 7-4-46 to Whitehorse 2-5-17. We're about 5 minutes in to this third quarter. The premiership quarter, as a lot of people allude to. That wasn't 15. The whistle wasn't even called.
Ball wasn't live.
No,
So
sorry.
Hewitt handed it off.
Pretty unusual. Usually just hand pass it through and that's it. So this play continues on here.
Connell.
And it's going to go out of bounds.
So a bit of a nothing burger, perhaps, as the case may be, but Todd Berger wasn't involved. That was such a bad gag. I apologise. As we come back inside, gets thrown in. 5:40 gone in the third. It's all Chirnside. Inside 50 again. Top of the goal square. All Whitehorse. Hewitt. Goes the grubber kick. Finds only Belly, who lost the ball, picked it up and then sent a grubber. Kick almost went goalward in the from Connell. Ball hits the deck. Clark gets involved, and it's a free kick to Whitehorse. What was the signal there, gents? Did anyone see
Holding the
Was it
man.
against Ficcarelli or?
Yeah.
Yep.
He's got mud all over his
25.
face, Clark, and 25. Oh, dear.
He's gave away a few of the free kicks, Clark.
So here is James Nelson, who turned it over straight away. Now it's in the hands of Josh Clavant. 5th season at Chirnside Park this year. Directs his troops inside 50. Goes exactly there. Mark was almost taken. Couldn't quite, as Ficcarelli is in and around the contest. Lands on his opponent trying to hack that ball out. No luck. 40 from goal. Umpire to ball this one up. 7 minutes gone, third term.
Thanks, Jono. 2 rucks going at it, Downing and Haining. Haining gets a tap there. Oof, pushing a shove there. Slattery involved. He gets around 1, gets around 2.
Wow.
Snuts around the corner. Wants to get involved here are the Smalls. And a little bit of a sliding tackle there. And it's holding the ball.
Okay.
Bit harsh.
So holding the ball, free kick going to McDougall. And again, it's like a sliding footy at the moment. Gets a short inbound kick, and it's found a target in Clavant. That's Chaz.
Ray, the short kick there from McDougall. I know there's a
Quickly,
player
there we go.
Goal.
And play continues, and a goal there to Chirnside.
Chaz moved on quickly. He's got his second.
And sorry, I think, fortunately, I couldn't get that one. I was there, and that's a goal to Chirnside.
But Ray, that kick from McDougall, if you're going to make the short option in these
Wow.
conditions,
Yeah,
you
no,
just have to
you got to
hit a
get the
target.
ball, clear the ball out of
Yep.
there when you're clear.
Can't be too cute with the footy.
So I think that might have been Chaz finishing off with the job, and wasn't that just incredible body work from Downey just to edge his opponent out?
been good,
Yeah,
Danny.
right
so
on the
ball
line. Yep.
could just go straight over.
Yeah.
No problems. 8:3:51 plays 2:5:17. 8 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Ball comes up, ball comes down, secondary ball up, imminent.
Boundary.
There it is. Let's go down to the boundary with Brett Besson.
I just wanted to mention, actually, that area in the middle of the ground is probably the worst in the ground. Round that cricket pitch here, it's really, really wet and choppy around there. Very difficult footing. I came across there and I didn't have spikes on and almost lost my footing, but no, very wet in the middle of the ground.
Doing a terrific job, being very brave. Besto, so you're doing a tremendous job there. So play resumes. The goal there to Chirnside, of course.
Oh wow, that was interesting. Just a
Umpire
cheeky
gets that
cheeky
one
kick off the ground.
Really?
Oh, isn't that interesting? So
that chap
kick to advantage.
plays on here, and he's boom foot there
Nice, almost.
inside the Panthers 450. Haining involved there, just a little tap out there.
Nice.
And geez, a little bit of a. He's doing a bit of everything today. His rut work and all that. Terrific stuff here. Skeen involved. Clavant kicked the goal just before. Oderman involved there. And Clark as well. Trying
Back.
to get it out.
No.
The Panthers here. And that is a free kick. Yep, high tackle. And it's going to go to the Pioneers.
So it's going the way of Ben Taylor.
BT.
Career game 170 for him. Kicks forward in the direction of Nelson. Intercepted. Leslie. Handball over the boundary line on the Chirnside Park bench side. We're going to go to another ball up. Sorry, ball in. Force of habit. In we go. Haining gets the tap down, but it's in the direction of that Chirnside Park player who's immediately wrapped up. That man was Harper.
That was a great decision
And
because
holding the ball was the
he
call.
had every chance in the world to get rid of that.
Whitehorse go forward. Intercepted by Castledine. So he takes his time. Kicks back where it came from. Directly in front of the visitors' bench now. No one can quite get clear possession. It's gone over to the right of the visitors' bench, opposite broadcast side. 11 minutes gone, third term.
Yes, play continues on here. Panthers leading 51 to place Whitehorse 17. Big stakes on board here for both of these sides. It's looking the Panthers are going to take the chocolates here today.
The game's not over yet.
I said looking likely, Jono, if you're listening in it. So double chance coming up for both sides. Thatcher and Haining in the ruck here. Both doing tremendous good things in the rucks here. There's two heavyweights going at it there. And a big strong tackle there, and the umpire will ball it up here. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast on Facebook and YouTube and listening live on Radio Eastland 98.1. Doing a tremendous job here. Vicar really involved there. And it's going to be another ball up here in the centre of the Chirnside. Forward 50 here. Balls it up here. Haining gets a tap there. Falconer Holdsworth involved, and it's been wrapped up, and it's going to be another ball up.
So stoppage is probably Chirnside Park's best friend as we head to the stats centre with Paul Yaconi.
Yeah, Chirnside Park's dominating as there might be a goal here.
Off the ground, top of the goal square now. Great defensive effort there from Clevant. Does it go out of bounds? No, it doesn't. The Slattery was slammed in the back in the process. Trying to get that one on. Now let's go back to Paul.
Sorry, John, I'll just finish off what I was saying. Chirnside Park are dominating the forward territory in this quarter, 8-4 inside 50s.
Great stuff there, Paul Yaconi in the stats centre. Haining tried to take it out of the ruck, and then he was absolutely slammed there by Clark. Umpire says holding the ball. And Clark wins out. And he's currently perhaps cramping just a little bit on the bottom of the deck here at Kimberley Reserve.
Probably fair. You jump on the ball, and that's what's going to happen.
Haining had the ball from the ruck contest, but it dropped out of his hands, but then he made the mistake of diving back onto it. Yeah.
So the umpire just explaining to Haining exactly what the case was.
Plenty going on in the background too.
Yeah,
Plenty
bit
feeling.
of push and shove.
So much. So Clark coming in today as a late change. Slide angle. He comes in. Was it touched? No, it wasn't. Umpire comes in and signals a goal. It's another one for Chirnside Park. 9-4-58 to 2-5-17. 14 minutes gone in the third term. Let's get some thoughts from our special comments.
Yeah, look, it was just a matter of time when Chirnside was going to kick a goal because the ball's been inside their forward 50 for the last 5 minutes or so. You know, comes out briefly, but it was back in there. So it was just a matter of time. Look, Whitehorse now, they've just got to just try and play the game out. Let's restrict Chirnside scoring. I mean, make it a little bit closer.
Stevens and Haining in the rack. Haining gets a tap.
But that's just been evident there. Another two Chirnside players straight on for the tackle against Thorn. They've been doing that all afternoon.
Indeed, they have. Haining again with another hitty up there. Oh, Ward involved there.
There's that mud patch.
Yeah, there's what Besto alluded to there. Good find there, Besto. That doesn't look good at all.
Wow.
Glad I'm not playing footy today. I think all of us will be. I thought that was pretty funny. Anyway, play continues on here, and we get tackled.
Laughing at his own jokes now.
I thought you guys would go along with it. But anyway.
What was the joke?
I thought glad we're all not playing footy today.
So it's the captain, Ward, to send it forward, trying to get onto it. Now is Taylor, can't quite. Fabris comes to help as well. It does go over the boundary line.
Blake, I'd like to play
Boundary.
today.
Let's go down to the boundary with Brett Beston.
Anybody wanting to block Blake for special functions or parties, it's 1-800 not funny.
Wow.
That's
unsolicited sponsor content from our man on the boundary. Thanks to
that
Tobin
was the
Brothers.
Tobin Brothers comment of the day.
Celebrating gags as well. So,
yeah.
Back to the footy.
Back to the footy indeed as Haining receives a free kick. Sends it inside 50 for the Whitehorse Pioneers. Everybody on hands and knees, especially Taylor, but they managed to find a way out. The Panthers go smack bang in the middle of the ground to Slattery, who moves on quickly, and they're well and truly on here, one would think. Inside 50 they go. It's an open goal square. And there's a man there for the Pioneers in Dalgleish. Dalgleish goes across on the 45. Ficcarelli's lurking. Doesn't need to help, though, as the kick goes back inside. 50 for Whitehorse, Chirnside Park, as there looks to be a free kick against Joel Dalgleish.
Thatcher, what that was there, Jono.
He's down. So we've got a brief stoppage in play. And Dalgleish to take...
Might be a
Thatcher
good
to
chance
take the free kick, yes indeed.
to go around the grounds. Mitcham lead Doncaster 45-27. Montrose leading Bayswater 19-14. South Belgrave 72 to Mooroolbark 28, and Beaconsfield 4 points in front of Park Orchards 31-27.
So Paul Thatcher, first season with the Panthers, he was on the end of a ripper earlier today in the goal square. Career game 284 for him. He comes in. Kick is on its way. Just missed to the left. And there's your horn of celebration right there. 17 and 26 gone in the third term. 95.59 plays 2.5.17.
Play continues on here. And it's been on the Panthers' way yet again this quarter. Getting involved there is Violi around there, but in there involved there was Gray. So we're about 17 minutes in to this third quarter. As Jono said before, just need it. I reckon if they can get the next two, the Pioneers, but we've a lot of been predicting about these Pioneers team.
There's Haining out of the ruck again.
Trying to be all over this, but he's doing a good job today, Haining in the ruck. And it's very hard at the moment for a midfield team here. Gets tackled away here. Clark involved. Gets a strong tackle. And it'll be another ball up.
Let's go to the stat centre with Paul Yaconi.
The tackles are 7 apiece in this third quarter.
So fairly even pressure as Haining gets the tap down, but it was in the direction of Clavant. Moved on quickly. They're inside 50 again, but the ball is intercepted. The Pioneers kick it back. Goes across the centre of the ground. Hewitt tries to get it inside 50. It's at the feet of Wright. He has to leave it behind. Stoffels tried to gather. He was tackled as well. McArdle comes in to help, but Chirnside have the numbers. Off hands, they're doing well. Here's our man Slattery. He got it off to a teammate. Inside 50 again. They're looking dangerous, but it's defended by Dalgleish.
Their back six have fought hard, haven't they, Jono?
Absolutely. So Dalgleish just slows things down, sends it to broadcast side. Pack of players fly. No one can quite get clear possession of this one. Ward tries to shove his opponent off in right.
Ball hits the deck. Here's a chance for Clevant. Got it off to a teammate who sent it back inside to the top of the paint. It's marked by Thatcher. Sorry, Ficarilli, who goes centreward. The kick was looking there for Odermatt. Couldn't quite pick it up as the ball was intercepted by foot for Whitehorse. Trying to pick it up there is Pemberton. He can't quite. So the ball's now picked up by Downey, who sent it goalward. Off hands from Dalgleish. It's gone out of bounds just to the left of the goal place.
Credit must go to both sides. They're working their backsides off in real horrid conditions out there.
Yeah,
it's
tough,
hard
isn't
work
it?
for both sides.
The back line has been pretty good as well by Whitehorse this quarter. A lot of intercept marks. Trying to get it out of there. The forward press has been elite by Chirnside Park. As Haining gets there, the hit out there. Odermatt involved there. He's done terrific. Odermatt, bit of a hold, and it's going to Whitehorse here. So Edward Sim has got the ball here.
Premier Division around the grounds and live ladder. South Croydon lead at Roval 52-34. Doncaster East lead Vermont by 13 points. So South Croydon currently sit in 4th position on the live ladder.
That's big for the doggies.
Boundary.
Let's go down the boundary. Sorry, Blake. Let's go down the boundary.
Sorry, boys, nothing too much to worry about, but Paul Thatcher just came off the ground. He was in a bit of discomfort. He had a bit of massage to his lower back around the sort of buttock area, but he's back on the ground now and he looks okay.
Thank you to Besto there.
Free kick,
Free kick going to number 10 there, Josh Clevant there. Bit of a hold there. So free kick going there to the Panthers. So I think I'm going to go the early crow here, guys. If he can kick this, I'm saying it's game over.
I think it's already over at this
it probably is.
But
the premiership quarter's been won.
This is the icing on the cake here. If he can get this one through, Josh Clevant, he's been another servant of Chirnside. He's delivered pretty well here. Can line up to put the icing on the cake. And it's through for a behind. So that moves the score to 9-6-60 to Whitehorse 2-5-17 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. And we're going to change it over to John O'Man.
Peter Zanaro goes opposite broadcast side. He's kicked that very, very long. Slattery tried to pick it up. He did in the end, but it was immediately wrapped up by Haining. And so the umpire wrapped his arms around himself and said, I'll have the ball instead. Up it goes. Haining got it out of the ruck and sort of basketball bounce style back to him. As the ball hit the deck, it was Taylor who gathered. There's another ball up, though, as a result. The tackle there was laid by Clevant of the Chaz variety. Up it goes. Haining sort of slapped it along the ground. Was looking for Violi. As the pack of players forms, it's a bit of a rolling maul down there. Hard on the dirt. Goes away from the Chirnside bench as a free kick has been awarded.
Around the grounds, Hughes Park, Forest Hill, Croydon North, Hemlock. It's Kangarams leading 48-22, and Scoresby 65 to Kilsyth 18.
Yeah, I kind of predicted both days' scores. So
He predicts everything, doesn't he?
I know.
Not everything. Not everything. I didn't predict that scoreline of the Roval South Croydon game. I thought Roval would be all over South Croydon, but anyway, play continues at this game now. Getting involved there as well is McGee. That's Lachlan. And it's going to be a ball up on the other side, win on the 50-yard. Thatcher involved there with Haining. Gets a chain there. Gets a kick away too. And a mark almost taken. Couldn't get there. Gets a strong touch. Bit of a hold too.
Oh, surely.
But the Panthers are out here. This can sit. Leslie involved here. Ward involved, the captain. Oh, he gets a very unorganized bounce there.
Oh, that's... Wow.
And it's a kick away there, and it's going to go out on the full.
Yeah, it was an unlucky bounce, went over the top of his head, and they probably get away with one there, Whitehorse.
There's a fair bit of body work as well. See a lot of, I guess, mini spot fires here and there. Just a lot of body contact.
Yeah, been a bit tense this quarter between the two sides. Whitehorse just can feel it slipping away.
So, Sim.
Boundary.
sent it back to where it was as we go down to Brett Beston.
I was just going to say, I don't know if you saw that on camera, boys, but there was a bit of feeling just in front of me as they came off the ground, and Mac Brownfield was heading towards me. I almost had to put a hip and shoulder in there.
We can see you on camera as well, Brett Beston. Thanks very much for your contribution today. As it's Callum Harper to see it over the boundary line on this occasion.
Any hip and shoulder from Brett, and we're booking him to tribunal this Tuesday.
Well, the trainer nearly got involved with the possession. We've had the umpire get a possession. We've had the trainer almost wanting to take the kick out. She was.
If Besto gets a good play, is he eligible for MGT Rookie of the Year? Or?
Wow.
Good question.
He's one of few Clint Gribus, but not quite MEGT Australia Rookie of the Day.
He's loving it too. He's loving the smile there.
25 and a half gone here in the third term. We're just here to have fun on the Eastland match of the round. Thanks so much for joining us. The kick goes forward there from Violi. It was in the direction of Taylor of the Josh variety, but it's going to go out of bounds. We're going to have another boundary throw-in.
Yes, we're nearly up to red time footy down here at Chirnside, Kimberley Reserve. Panthers all over the Pioneers at the moment. Just their midfield has just been, and their forwards have been all over Whitehorse at the moment. Chirnside, they haven't put a foot wrong here. They've been terrific.
Around the grounds, all tied up at Kimberley Reserve, 4-9 apiece.
Okay. There you go. So Beaconsfield, Park Orchard slowly coming back there. Haven't lost a game there. I did actually say that too, Ryan, that Park Orchards won't lose a game at home, so it could be the day. Hopefully, Beaconsfield go through there. Play continues on here. A long straight kick, and that's a goal.
That's a
by
good goal.
Josh Taylor.
I think it was it Dalgleish or
Dalgleish? It was 17. I think you'll find. Yep.
Well,
yeah, it was. Sorry.
17. Dalgleish.
Yeah, Dalgleish. Yep.
If Blake was concentrating instead of telling us how good he is, he would have picked that up.
He would have, and there was a perfect clearance that they haven't had all afternoon.
That's right.
The tap down from Haining was great.
Yes.
Dalgleish had to run through two Panthers.
That's right. Yeah.
To finish that off. So potential Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender.
Yep.
So Siren not too far away. 27 minutes gone in the third. Wait for the ball to come back in. Umpire trudging in. He throws up the ball. We'll do it all again. Down it comes. And there is the siren indeed to signal three-quarter time. The score, of course, Chirnside 9-6-60. Leading Whitehorse Pioneers 3-5-23 as we head for the final break. Let's get the goal kickers from Blake.
Yeah, so Slattery has 3. Singles to... Slattery has 3. Chaz Clevant with 2 are the only multiple goal kickers, with Downey, Clark, Stratcher, and Onamat for singles there for Chirnside. The only one multiple goal scorer for Whitehorse is Alexander Comedian with 2, and Joel Dalgleish with 1. So there you have it. Chirnside Park lead 9-6-60 to Whitehorse 3-5-23. Fourth quarter action straight after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome back to the Eastland Senior Men's Match of the Round between Chirnside and Whitehorse. It's the Panthers leading 9-6-60 to Whitehorse 3-5-23. In a big way, the Panthers look to control this one and get home here. We might go around the grounds thanks to our media manager, Ryan Long.
Yeah, we'll start in Premier Division. Baldwin 57 to Berwick 16. South Croydon still lead Roval 52 to 34. Currently on fourth position on the live ladder. Vermont now into
Boundary
sixth
boys.
position on the live ladder. But we'll go down to Boundary first with Brett Beston.
Sorry, Righto. Dave Newlands, the Chirnside Park coach, pretty happy with that quarter. You pretty much got the game in the balance now. I guess just a matter of finishing it off.
Yeah, I just want to make sure our pressure ratings stay on. I think we're doing all the right things with our 1%ers and all that, so just make sure we finish it off during the game. So.
Something like 17 to 9 inside 50, so you were certainly dominant, weren't you?
Yeah, we try to make sure we keep getting in there. Like, we've got to spread a goal scorers, which is good. We've just got to make sure we keep it up this last quarter and not let anything away.
Good stuff. Thanks, mate.
Cheers, mate.
Thanks there, Brett Beston. Vermont, as we said, currently 6th on the live ladder in Premier Division because they're 12 points down to Doncaster East. So important game for them to bounce back in the final term there. Division 1, having a look at the Mitcham-Doncaster game. Mitcham running away 57 to 28. Montrose kicked 2 goals 12, leading Bayswater 2-3.
Wow.
Mooroolbark South Belgrave 73 to 28, going to win that game. All tied up at Kimberley Reserve. 33 apiece. And before we get started, Division 2, just quickly, Bronya 15 points ahead of Croydon. East Burwood 53 to the Basin 13. Heathmont 56. Mulgrave at 27. And Ringwood have a 20-point lead over Lilydale. And Templestowe 27 points over the Waverley Blues.
Unfortunately for Andrew Haining, he got it right when he said that 10 goals might win this game. But at the moment, Chirnside have 9. Well, they have got 9-6, which basically is 10 goals. We've got a secondary ball up as we now start the final term here at Kimberley. And it's Whitehorse with a kick inside 50, immediately intercepted by Chirnside Park. Easy work here for Chaz Clevant, who kicked along the line, almost intercepted. In fact, it was. Big tackle there laid by Slattery. Umpire says, nothing doing, my ball. Inside the first minute of the final term. Up we go again. Haining didn't get the tap down this time, but turned tackler. We've got another one. So that's what it will do on the edge of the centre square broadcast side. Still inside the first minute. Up goes the ball. Haining doesn't contest. It's a hit out to advantage for Chirnside Park, but Whitehorse can pick this one up. High up and under, one-on-one contest. It's one out by Chirnside. And that man there underneath it is Callum Harper in his 3rd season with the Panthers. He goes forward again. Much bigger pack of players fly. Almost flew to Dalglish. Over the back there is Downey. He picked up the ball and then went straight down to ground. Now it's for Thatcher. Can he pick up the ball? Yes, he can. He goes to Clevant, but we've got another ball up in pretty much the exact same spot that we started.
Indeed it is, Jono. 2 rucks going at it there. Thrutcher involved. Slattery, hasn't he been sensational? He brings it inside 50. Ficcarelli. This is Ficcarelli. Smart footy here. Drops it here.
Oh, wow.
Ward involved there for the Pioneers, and gets wrapped up here. It's going to be a ball up.
You could just sort of sense that Ficcarelli was ready to pounce there, Ray.
Yeah, no, you're dead right.
Yes, it's kind of a Ficco sort of style of footy there. Ward again involved, the skip up. And a strong tackle there. He's battled today.
A lot of players around the contest there. Very hard to get the ball out.
Haney gets the tap. Ficcarelli again involved there. Gets a kicking board here, and they find the target in James Belly, who plays on immediately.
Oh dear.
And it's through. Yes, it is. And that is it. That's the icing on the cake. James Belly there with a run on goal. That will be up there for the goal of the day there.
Yeah, great finish. And he's been one of the players that's been real lively right from the start of the game. Had plenty of the football, and that's a great finish in front of goal.
Senior goal number 11 there for James Belly. 10:66 Chirnside Park plays Whitehorse 3-5-23. 3 minutes gone, final term.
Yes, well now, look, as I said earlier at the start of the quarter, your Whitehorse now, they've just got to try and, peg a couple of goals back on the scoreboard, just to get a bit of respectability into the scores.
Definitely agree with you.
It's been a hard day at the office for them under these conditions, but you've got to play whatever comes your way.
There's definitely a goal in mind. Up goes the ball. This time it's Thatcher getting the tap down. Slattery kicked it off the ground. Chirnside worked this one out. It's intercepted, though, by Doug Leash, I think it was. Send it to a one-on-one contest. Ball hit the deck. Harper tried to shove his opponent out. Trying to pick up the ball now is Stoffels. He's on hands and knees, as well as Parsons, who's eligible for the MEGT Rookie of the Day. Nicely worked out by Haney again. Sim was held. Now coming into the four is Brownfield. Slattery as well. Ball hits the deck underneath that. It was Gray. We've got another ball up. Inside 50 on the right-hand side. Here we go again. Haining took it out of the ruck. Handballed it behind him. Only as far as Harper, I think it was. In fact, that was Clavant who kicked right in front of the scoreboard pavilion. It's gone right in front of the visitors' bench now. High up and under. It's marked by Chaz Clavant.
So Chaz now plays on, waiting to play on here. He gets things moving. He's playing terrific too. Is he up for the MNG Rookie of the Day? He looks pretty...
No.
No, he's not. No. It's under 22, yeah?
It's under 21. 21 and under.
Oh, 21 and under, yeah. Another great initiative by the league to do that. Put these young fellas on the board here. Let them know, they're up for this award. Play continues on here for the Pioneers, and the tackle gets wrapped up here, and it's going to be ball up. On here. Good strong tackle there. That was by Castledine. Ball was up here. 2 rucks going at it. In there again was by Edward Sim. And it's in the back of the Chirnside Park forward end here. And a strong tackle again, and it's going to be balled up. Inside the Pioneers, 450, where we haven't really seen much down there. They've kicked 3 goals. It's been a bad day in the office, and a blocking free going to Whitehorse. And it's gone to Alexander Kamuridian, who's already kicked 2 today. Couldn't make it 3. He can line up and kick the Panthers. Fourth of the day here.
Pioneers.
Pioneers, fourth of the day. Lines up, and it's going to the left. Still in play, though, and it's going to go out of bounds for a boundary throw in.
So is that respectability, Ray? Do you think they're inching closer to that respectability? Or
they haven't kicked the goal this quarter. You know, they've got to kick at least 3 goals for the quarter to get back respectability, at least 3.
Nice.
And they're not going to do that, not under the conditions and the way they're going.
Chirnside defenders come to the fore, and the ball sat right for Thorne, but he couldn't quite take the mark. Faulkner Holdsworth just underneath all that. In fact, no, sorry, it was McGee. Top of the 50 for Whitehorse. This time it's Thatcher to get the tap down. No clear winner. So it's going to go over the boundary line in the pocket, right in front of the club pavilion there. We'll have another boundary throw in. 7 minutes gone. 10-6-66 plays 3-5-23. Hope you're enjoying the coverage here on Eastern FM 98.1 and on the Eastern Footy League Facebook and YouTube channels. Haining on his knees, was tackled. Clearance is made by Slattery. It was a good job. The intercept mark is taken by Thomas Connell, and they'll come back inside 50 Whitehorse, you'd think.
Yeah, so Connell now tries to bring it in.
Oh, no.
No, that's not that's a bit of a shocking kick there. Clark involved there. He's battled well for his second game of the year. Skiing. Again, the Pioneers putting involved there. Slattery down back there, as you alluded to a couple last quarter there, Ryan. He's done a terrific job, Slattery. He's probably up there for my Sports Go Player of the Day. Chain of handballs, Thatcher doing as well. He's battled hard today. A booming kick there. Trying to get
back,
there involved.
surely.
There's Edward Sim. Involved there is Belly. Berger. Kick off the ground here. And again, it's going to be a... Oh, no, it's holding the ball.
Holding the ball.
Yeah, holding the ball. Free kick going to Connell.
You just know it when the umpire arches his back. Oh,
and
no.
again, it's taken there by Thatcher.
Disposal by foot just hasn't been great from
Mark taken there by
Whitehorse
Brody
afternoon.
Gray.
A lot of unhappy Whitehorse fans. You can just hear the feedback in the effects mic, perhaps.
You can, can't you, Jono? They're not happy.
Around the grounds, Vermont have got this game against Doncaster East back to scores level 6-7 apiece.
So here's Leslie. Sending a kick of sorts.
Oh, that's a good
in
mark.
the Downey direction, mate. I reckon just go from here. Why don't you? No. He spots a target further afield. Turnover chance there. McDougall got hands to it. Ficcarelli just got to pick it up. Now he centres the ball. It's cut off by Hewitt. A great mark taken in defence. Faulkner Holdsworth stood the mark on that occasion. This time it's Belly who's saying, come on, ump, call it on. And it's almost turned over. Yes, it is well and truly now. Chirnside through Harper, tried. And now here's Odermatt. He kicks left.
I think he knew that was not going through there, Jono.
I mean, to be honest, there's not much time there to sort of gather the ball. And, you know, Odermatt thinking quickly, just couldn't quite get the chocolates on that occasion.
Nah, couldn't, unfortunately. So...
Around the grounds, Ringwood lead Lilydale 47-28. Templestowe 57 to Waverley Blues 36. Heathmont still a 25-point lead over Mulgrave, so not done yet, the Jets.
Barrel.
Remember, they were in the same spot there where they were. So intercept mark taken there by Dalglish. He plays on here. Snap around the corner. Mark taken there. That was by Parsons.
Rubber.
Finds a way in and gets a player in Burt. Oderman involved there. Stevens as well. And a big strong tackle there, and it's going to be another ball up here. So big win for the Panthers, boys. They will probably get the double chance.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be hard to fall out of that top two now.
Yep. So Violi gets a clearance there. Finds the teammate in Laurie. Who brings it in forward. And it's going to go out of bounds.
Charlie Thorne just nudged out there.
But as you said, Blake, I mean, they've been Very impressive. And you just look around the ground, you can tell come a final series, there's 8 or 9 match winners on this Chirnside Park side. So they never rely on one player.
No, definitely not.
Ball comes back into play. About 3 or 4 blokes trying to pick that one off the deck. Umpire says nothing doing.
The scores we really put in away Kilsyth, 86-18.
48 from home from Whitehorse. They just need to try and work a way in. Fosinatos was tackled. Now comes directly in front of us. The mark is taken by Hewitt. He's been fantastic in a losing side today, Ryan.
Yeah, been one of their best contributors so far.
So Hewitt sends it 51 from home this time. Clever spoil from behind from McGee. They still find a way inside 50. And here's a Chancel. Gee, a bit of a pylon. Castledine and Clark just trying to find that one out and couldn't quite on this occasion. It's turning into a bit of a mud pit here at Kimberley Reserve. 12 and a half minutes gone, final term. Whitehorse try and find a way out. Was it called a throw? No, it was called a hold. Free kick, Whitehorse.
I think that's going to Laurie.
And that man on the ground from Chirnside in Burt just goes, hang on. Are you kidding?
He's my third cousin.
Who is?
Yeah, the Burts.
Really? That is incredible. Aaron Burt, third cousin of the Greens. Lee Green providing impromptu special comments as well. Great to have him in LKLM Media. Come on. As Whitehorse send a kick forward, it is another behind to the left. And it's probably just been the order of the day. So it's 3-6-24 trails 10-7-67. Chirnside in front. Eastland match of the round.
Ray, I know it wouldn't have changed the result of this game, but their chances in front of goal, they have missed a few.
Oh, yeah, you've got to take your advantage while you've got that momentum, and they haven't done that, no.
Play continues on here. Involved there for the Panthers was Harper.
You know, you can take... I'll go to Paul at the stats.
Yeah, let's go. Paul's stats going to...
Yeah, they're dominating the inside 50s here. Whitehorse in this last quarter, 9-3. You go, Ray.
Yeah. Well, look, they can take a bit out of this, though, Whitehorse. You know, if you look at them, their back six have been very good all day. You know, particularly in this quarter, even in this half. They've repelled attacks that have gone in there. But in the ruck there, Haynen's dominated the ruck, but they've got to get movement around the ground at those stoppages to give Haynen something to hit the ball into the open so they can run onto it. You know, that's a big thing. You know, two of their forwards are out in a dry day. They get back, but you can't take anything away from Chirnside. Look, every time, particularly early in the game, every time they went inside 50, they looked dangerous and they hit the scoreboard.
Thank you again to Ray. Doing a terrific job in special comments today. Play continues. Eggington involved there. Looks like it's going to be another ball up here.
This is going to be the third stoppage in about 45 seconds.
I reckon too, Jono. You're on the money there. 2 rucks going at it. Skeen involved there. Gets a kick away. Another one. To a minute there, Jono.
Just 5 in a minute.
Around the grounds, Fentry Gully 3-4-22 to Coldstream 2-6-18. I don't believe that's updated, but if that's the case, and Knox's handy 31-point lead over Oakley District, Knox might jump into third.
Told you so.
Tell you what, if you can see on the screen, all the blokes there are breathing a bit of steam. You can see their breath out on the park here at Kimberley Reserve. It is very cold out there, but nice and warm in here in the van, it has to be said. Up goes the ball. Haining got the tap down, but it fell straight into the lap of Harper. Now here's a chance for Parsons, who sent it goalward. Off the ground here from Laurie, wasn't quite. Now ball comes in. People are sliding left, right, front, behind. Chirnside Park to bring this one out. Hewitt's lurking, might be able to contribute to this contest. Nobody can quite pick it up. Here's Fosinatus. Tackled. About 40 from home for Whitehorse, and credit to them. They have kept it inside 50 for quite some time this final term, as Paul pointed out earlier. Now at the 16-minute mark. Ball almost fell for Fabris. We're going to have another stoppage.
Montrose now getting away over Bayswater 55-16. The South Belgrave 92 to Mooroolbark 28, and Mitcham 70 to Doncaster 28.
Here we go. Stevens gets the hit out there. Involved there again is Harper.
Oh, wow.
Big strong tackle, might be high.
Too high.
Yeah, I called it. So Ray alluded to
well,
this
the
one.
umpire called it actually.
Five-time junior grand final umpire Blake Tennant.
Ben Taylor, Ray alluded to, is he's having a good game. He has.
Plenty of advice from the Chirnside faithful.
Yeah, he's right in front
Boundary.
here. Let's go boundary side of Brett Beston in a second. Oh, play continues on here. Trying to get it for the Panthers involved. Downey there. Slater involved.
Did he drag that one in? No.
Kick around the corner there, and it's going to go out of bounds. On the full now, let's go to Brett Beston, thanks to Tobin Brothers, celebrating lives.
It's been pretty obvious today, the bloke, that you know absolutely everything in life. So I was wondering if you could just give me the lotto numbers for tonight. Could you just text those to me?
Okay. Thank you, Besto. You got 2 from 2 today from the jokes point of view there. So.
What about you? Where are you sitting at?
0 from 2. Yes. Might just keep the jokes to Besto on that one. So play continues on.
Ball hits the deck. Whitehorse inching back a couple. Going to have a ball up at the top of the 50. Approaching red time, about 2.5 minutes away. Chance for Chirnside to try and kick this one out through right. He's been solid after coming in this week. Another ball up, this time towards the left side. If you're looking back towards the Whitehorse goal. So Haining got the fist, but it couldn't quite. And they're inside 50 again. Whitehorse, kicker's looking for Sim. Has he taken the mark? No, he hasn't. It's gone out of bounds. You can hear the players. They're going, it's out, and evidently the boundary umpire will take the ball and throw it back into play. He does exactly that. Didn't quite fall for the ruck, so umpire called play on it, and we're about to have another boundary throw in towards the left of the goal place as Ed Sim crashed into the fence. So just over a minute to go before red time. We'll have another ball in.
Yes, indeed. We're approaching that as we speak. Coming up here. Kick away there by Harper. Both sides dugouts, and it's going to be a boundary throw in.
Back around the grounds, Premier Division. It looks like South Croydon are going to hold on over Roval for the second time this season. 24-point leaders, and Vermont have skipped ahead of Doncaster East. So now on the live ladder sits Vermont in 4th, South Croydon in 5th, and Blackburn not playing this weekend, back down to 6th.
Yes, that's good results there. And it's going to be another boundary throw in as we speak.
And the live ladder here in Division 4 with Scoresby very heavily defeating Kilsyth. They'll remain on top. Chirnside Park will be right with them in second, and there'll be a 2-game gap between Chirnside Park and their opponent today, Whitehorse.
There you have it. So Whitehorse looking back onto the attack here. Oh, tried to do a no kick there. Couldn't get there for the Pioneers. Involved there was Parsons. And a strong tackle there. That's going to be another ball up.
And just on South Croydon, not an entirely successful day at home for the Doggies. They did lose their reserves game, so not quite a perfect streak there. As it has to be said, they ruined another streak this morning, but that's the last time I talk about that. As I see a cheeky smile from media manager Ryan Long. Play continues here at Kimberley Reserve. Thanks so much for joining us here at Kimberley Reserve for the Eastland match of the round. It's been an absolute blast. Still got about maybe 10 minutes or so to go. Who knows? We've got a ball up here. Still in Whitehorse's 50. And guess what? We're going to have another one. Up it goes then. Sort of toss forward. Hayden got the tap down, but it was in the direction of Slattery, who found his teammate perfectly in James Belly. He's been solid today.
Yep.
So Belly in the pocket, right in front of the fire pit. They're all breathing fire today, the Panthers, even though Usually Dragons breathe fire. The kick goes forward here for Chirnside Park. The first real look. Kicking to advantage here is Clark, and he has to see that one over the boundary line just inside the forward 50.
Yes, it's going into Chirnside's 450. We haven't really seen it this quarter. It's been mainly in with time on now as we speak. Just gone past the 20-minute mark of this last quarter. Snap around, and it's going to be a boundary throw in. So it's
touched on the line there before.
Yeah. So Chirnside leading 10-7-67 to Whitehorse 3-6-24. 22 minutes into this final quarter. It's been all Panthers today. Started from the get-go from that first quarter and that second quarter. They have done a lot of good things in this division, and another good strong tackle there. That was by Josh Clevant.
Ward was wrapped up there.
And we're going to go to Stat Centre to Paul Laconi.
Yeah, 13 tackles to 8 in favour of Chirnside Park in this final term.
Up we go. Downey got the tap down, but a whole bunch of players went down as well, about 25 metres from goal. The Chirnside Park end will go up again. Can they get one more? Downey slapped it out. Straight into the hands there of Stoffels. They try and clear it. Taylor fell over after he gathered it. Slattery's calling for it. He's the one on 2 feet while his teammate in Belly unfortunately wasn't. And after that, the ball went over the boundary line. So we're inside the 24th minute here now. 10-7-67 plays 3-6-24. Eastland match of the round. Ball hits the deck. Fabris picked up. There was a holding that the man, a free kick to that man exactly. As Downey stands the mark right on the paint. Short kick. Ben Taylor. 65 from the defensive line. It's smothered by Belly. His teammate sees it over the line. About 70 from home now for Chirnside, as we'll have another boundary throw in.
It's been a bit like that this quarter, hasn't it, Jono? 2 rucks going at it here. Stevens involved here.
Back to 7 points at Vermont Recreation Reserve. Vermont still leading over Doncaster East.
There you go. Big win for the Eagles. Looming up here, but play continues for the Pioneers. Haining involved. Berger doing terrific things here. And an intercept and a mark taken. Sorry. That's by Chaz Clevant. He's kicked 2 already today. Finds Slattery. He's kicked 3. Tries to find Fico. Couldn't get there. And it's going to be a boundary throw in.
And at Domini Reserve, it's a 1-point lead to Park Orchards over Beaconsfield.
We just see there before the ball went over the boundary that Rob McDougall has had a lot of great moments spoiling the footy, but couldn't quite get onto that one as the ball comes back into play. Here's Odomat suckering it along the ground. And it's taken over by that man I spoke about earlier, Rob McDougall. Goes over the boundary line. Chirnside Park have another behind, 10-8-68. Intercept mark taken by Lee Odomat. He's about 55 from home. He's got players further afield calling for it. He decides to go the barrel. Does it go all the way? No, it doesn't. Downey tried to get the ball behind, and it was just touched over the line before it got there.
Yeah,
I haven't quite thought about a Tobin Brothers goal of the day, but there hasn't really been that much of a contender, fellas.
Yeah, so Zanzaro tries to bring it in. Mark taken there. That was by Harper. Harper finds Skeen. Skeen's looking. He's got a couple numbers. He spins once, spins twice. Couldn't get there.
Not far enough. Play on.
Leslie from 50 metres. And he can't get there. And it's going to go out of bounds for a boundary throw in.
Final score out at Tormore Reserve. Bronya 5-6-36. Croydon 2-9-21.
Close.
Oh, what was the oracle on that? I think it was close, wasn't it?
Ball comes back into play. Chance for Whitehorse to defend. Might be cut off here by Faulkner Holdsworth. He gathers the footy and then kicks towards goal. It's right. It's gone right.
That result, Ryan, on Croydon there. Remember back on Friday, I said that they didn't. All they had to do was be competitive, and they've been competitive in that game. So it's not a one-horse race. Even though Barone, you've had a fantastic season.
10-10-70 plays 3-6-24.
You're right. That's a big tick for Croydon.
Yeah.
And Whitehorse just move it along the outside as the siren sounds to cap off a big win for Chirnside Park. The final score 10-10-70 to Whitehorse 3-6-24. They will and truly solidify their position to the Panthers. What a fantastic effort by them.
Yeah, this is a fantastic win for the club. They came into this game knowing a win would just about lock up their double chance from here. So they were dominant right from the start. They played this weather and these conditions to the best of their abilities, and they certainly deserve to walk away big winners here. Bit of a boost in their percentage as well, and you take that off Whitehorse's, makes that a bit more even as well. But you look around the ground, and guys like Ben Slattery, I thought was just so impressive, particularly when that game was there to be won in the first half, had the 3 goals. But they just have so many contributors, and their pressure, Blake, across the afternoon was outstanding. It was first class.
It was indeed. So I might just go through the goal kickers as well. It was... I have.
Well,
yeah. Anyway,
what was that, Blake? What was written on his phone?
Yeah, apparently we've been writing off Chirnside all year. So there we go. What? That's what he said.
I love the effort he's gone. So write something on his phone, come all the way over, and show it to us in the window.
He's looking a bit like Pete Hellier as well. Case in point, comedian.
I just wanted to let you know. Yeah, let's go boundary side now to Ben Piston.
Wow.
Yeah, thanks, boys. I got one of the stars of the Chirnside Park effort, Ben Slattery. He's covered in dirt, as are most of the guys. Mate, that's a really good win today.
Yeah, for sure, mate. Look, the boys are all muddy. It was just a gritty win by the boys. And to beat them by sort of 50 points, we actually probably kick more goals in the wet than we do in the dry at the moment. So it's very pleasing.
We want wet muddy days for the rest of the season.
Yeah, pretty much. Hopefully finals it's raining.
It wasn't a day for big forwards, Arn. I mean, you got in there, you kicked 3. I think it was your first goal in particular was a really good one. Bit of a grind early, but once you got on top, you just kicked away.
Yeah, exactly. Like, as I said, I sort of pinched forward a few. I sort of got out the back of a couple, so I got a bit lucky. So credit to the boys. Like, the midfield was sort of probably all over them, getting it into us sort of forwards. And when it came in, we sort of just capitalised. So that was good.
Walk him this way, Brett, while you're talking, mate.
I was going to say there's a few other good performances in the match that I thought Chaz Clavant was particularly good. Downey, they all stood up.
Yeah, Chaz is our captain, and being a young kid how he is, he's just sort of lifted. Probably 2 years he started to become a real dominant midfielder. So he's probably almost one of the best in the league at the moment, and he's just been unreal for us. And obviously Sammy Downey coming in and just playing his role is just really good. We kind of look alike with our bald head as well, so I think you stuffed up one of the goals and you gave me one.
Just one more question. Of course, Scoresby are the side probably that everyone's picking to beat, but after today, you guys have made a real statement, haven't you?
Yeah, well, that's what we're sort of hoping, because you boys haven't really sort of been picking us this year. And so we're hoping to sort of give it back to you boys and start picking us.
All right, mate. Well done. Congratulations. So we'll start picking you from now on, I promise.
Thanks, boys. Cheers. Have a good one.
There you have it.
Did that guy who came over to the van take the phone out to him as well?
Yeah.
He's showing him the score, even though the score's right over there. In fact, it's off the scoreboard now, I should actually mention. That
there's another game about to start. The bets are...
there you go, yes.
Unless they're on the other ground.
They've had 2 cracks at us, Chirnside Park today. They're 2 for 2.
No more matches of the round.
No, but anyway,
Are
Ben
we welcome
Slattery.
in there? Yeah.
No, I think I am. I predicted them for the flag.
Oh, everything
Everything is about.
Everything's coming up.
But anyway,
for Mr. Tennant today.
We'll go through the goal kickers, boys, right as we speak. We'll get the club song if we can, of course. Ben Slattery, just with Bet Besson there, kicked the 3 today. Terrific all day.
May have been 2, according to him.
Nah, I got that one right, because I put it down here with Chaz. He's got 2, so I put him down for 2 there. He kicked 2. Downey kicked 1. Clark has got 1 as well. Thatcher also with 1. Onomat with 1. And James Bailey with 1. And of course, with the Pioneers, they had only 1 multiple goal kicker, with Alexander Comedian with 2.
Boundary.
And let's go boundary.
Song time
for the song.
Thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals.
Or not.
Might not be able to get over.
Beautiful song there. Well done to Chirnside. Big winners over the Pioneers today. They now get the double chance here. We're going to go to an ad break. After this, we'll do some awards and then wrap up after this.
And her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome back to the Eastland Senior Men's Match of the Round. It's Chirnside Park taking on Whitehorse, and Chirnside getting home in a massive win here with huge ramifications, of course, as I alluded to. They now get the double chance with a big win over Whitehorse, 10-10-70 to Whitehorse, 3-6-24. Big win there by the Panthers. We might start off with our votes and awards. We'll start off with our votes, boys. We're going to go our 3-2-1 for the Eastland Sports Co Player of the Day. We might start off with you, Jono. Do you want to give us your 3-2-1 for today?
Yes, indeed. So we're going to start with Ben Slatter, who gets the 3. I'm going to give Paul Thatcher the 2. And let's go Chaz Clevant getting 1.
I think I might have to repeat you there, Jono. I think terrific job there. I think those 3 players definitely was in Chirnside's best play. So I'm going to go Slattery, Thatcher, and again, Chaz Clevant.
I will go the one vote, Chaz Clavan. I thought he, as you said, was quite strong across the afternoon. Going to give 2 to James Belly. I thought he had a real, particularly in that first half, found plenty of the football, used it quite well, and just was in the contest all day. The 3 votes to Ben Slattery, played in a couple of different positions and was really key, hit the scoreboard. Particularly with the game on the line in that first half, he was the one who really led from the front. There's probably 8 or 9 players I could fit into the top 3, but that's my 3 rate.
Well, I'm going to give my 1 vote to a Pioneers player, Ben Taylor. I thought he was one player that gave all day. Very good in the first quarter and was still there fighting for his side in the last quarter. 2 to Paul Thatcher and 3, of course, to Ben Slattery.
Yeah, so Slattery's got 9 votes for 12, sorry. Let's go to Paul.
I'm going to give 1 vote to Odermatt, 2 to Paul Thatcher, and 3 to Ben Slattery.
Brett Beston
15.
on the boundary. Let's what's your 3-2-1? Oops.
Just got the mic ready.
I forgot I didn't have the headset on, sorry.
No, you're fine.
I went with James Belly for my 1 vote. I like Chaz Clavant's game. I thought he was really good too. And as we've just seen with the interview, we gave Ben Slattery, or I did, the 3 votes for today.
Yep. So I think we can't rule out that. I think Slattery gets the Sports Go Eastland Player of the Day. So we all agree, boys. I think that's well and truly there. Yeah. Yep. So Slattery gets that one there. So that's a Sports Go. So a nice little Eastland voucher coming your way to Ben Slattery there. We might change our next one to the MEG Rookie of the Day. The players involved are eligible for this award for today's proceedings from Chirnside Park: Xavier Leslie, Mac Brownfield, Brody Gray, and then from Whitehorse is only Caleb.
Also Clark as well. I believe,
yes.
was a late inclusion.
Adrian Clark, yes, and Caleb Parsons. So I'm going to go Adrian Clark. I thought he was pretty superb all day. His tackling was really good. The umpires, they were onto him early, but his tackling pressure was pretty solid all day. Who are you going to go, Jono?
I think so as well. It's a toss-up, obviously, between Caleb Parsons and Adrian Clark, but I think at the end of the day, Clark is going to go home with the MEGT Australia Rookie of the Day. What do you reckon?
Right.
I think that's fair. I think that would be a good nomination. Came inside today and really competed well. Came across from Lilydale, Blake,
yes, he did.
Has just fitted in nicely to this club, and a club that's going along very, very well at the moment.
Ray?
Yeah, I'm the same. Clark for me.
Yeah. Paul?
Yeah, I'll go Clark.
You always have it.
And Besto? Again.
It's happened again.
Well,
Clark for me, sorry.
And just on that award, $50 Bunnings voucher goes into the running for the MEGT Rookie of the Year, which will be announced, I believe, potentially at Chandler Medal.
Oh, there you have it.
Potentially.
So do we just get like a whole league vote or something? Is that how we're running it this year, or?
More information on that to come, Blake. just hold the horses
all
for
good.
the moment.
All good. Okay, so we're going to go to the Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day.
I'll give you a nomination.
Yeah, here we go.
I will give you Joel Dalgleish.
Yep.
That goal from the far side, the forward flank, where a perfect tap down from Haining, had to run through 2 Panthers, Ray, and finish from a fair distance out. I thought that was probably the best that stood
I
out for
agree
me.
totally.
Yep.
Yep.
Jono?
My vote goes back to the goal that Paul Thatcher got on the end of. But I would say that given the moment it's about 3-1, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
This stage. So let's keep going.
Yeah, so Dalgleish gets that one for Goal of the Day. So
Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day.
Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day, celebrating lives for over 40 years. So there you have it. So Sportsco Player of the Day goes to Ben Slattery from Chirnside Park. The M&G Rookie of the Day goes to Adrian Clark, also from the Chirnside Park Footy Club. And the Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day goes to Joel Dalgleish from the Whitehorse Pioneers. We might go to some scores.
Actually, just before we do, Ryan, do we have a dry cleaning sponsor for the EFNL?
We do not, but if you'd like to organise one, we can get them on
Sure,
board.
I'm sure there is a dry cleaner at Eastland.
My pants and shoes have seen better days.
Yeah, well, head to Eastland. They've got everything in the store at Eastland.
Eastland, live real. Good stuff.
Absolutely. Did you want some scores, Blakey?
Yes, we'll go for some scores.
We've got a bit of time, so we're going to start at the top in Premier Division, and as we go, I'll try and update the ladders. Potentially, they're already up on Play HQ, but Baldwin defeated Berwick 14-11-95 to Berwick 3-5-23. Back on track there for the Tigers' must-win game, and they've done just that. South Croydon, now it's the second time they've pulled the upset over Rowville, 9-10-64 to 7-4-46, and that just does put them back into the top 5. So, unfortunately for Blackburn, who have not played this week with the split round, falls out to 6.
I think that next week's game would have it'll be huge next week.
It certainly will, because Vermont also defeated Doncaster East 11-8-74 to 9-7-61, and in the final quarter they kicked 7-1 to run over the top for a much important win. And again, you look at Doncaster East as a side you cannot take lightly in the run home, because it might come back to cost them. Let's have a look at what that does to the ladder. So on top, East Ringwood. They had the bye this week. They're still a game clear of Baldwin, who move a game clear of Rowville in third. And then a game behind is Vermont and South Croydon, both on 9 wins, very close percentage, 112 to 108. And Blackburn, who have a much superior percentage of 150, are still a game behind in 6. So it's going to be an interesting race, Ray, for that last 4th and 5th spot.
Well, next Saturday, Blackburn travel to Seabeck Oval. That's going to be an interesting game.
Rowville don't lose 2 in a row. Very rare. So I would I just start to worry about Blackburn now after that one, because I don't think we would have penciled in a second South Croydon win. We'll jump into Division 1 now. Some pretty one-sided results. Mitcham defeated Doncaster by 34 points, 10-10-70 to 5-6-36. Montrose defeated Bayswater 7-14-56 to 2-4-16 Bayswater. Mooroolbark South Belgrave, it was the Saints by 63 points, 14-8-92 to 4-5-29. Park Orchards, 1 point win over Beaconsfield, 6-12-48 to 6-11-47. A bit of a heartbreaker there for the Eagles. Haven't got the final result in Wantirna South North Ringwood, but I was pretty confident that North Ringwood were up by a fair bit in that final term. So I would imagine they would have won that game. But due to these results, everything pretty much stays the same. You look at the top 5, Park Orchards on top. They're 3 games clear of Mitcham and South Belgrave. They've locked up officially the minor premiership. Mitcham and South Belgrave are right there with 11 wins. They've got a 2-game gap over Montrose and Beaconsfield. The only change in that top 5 is Montrose moving to 4th, Beaconsfield move down to 5th. So can't see either side making the double chance from here. They would have to be a near perfect and really hope that either the Tigers or the Saints slip up.
North Ringwood won.
Yes, North Ringwood did defeat Wantirna South. So on the other end of the other scale.
And that final 5 is settled now.
Yes, Mooroolbark's loss rules them out of the running. Wantirna South, they'll be going down next season. They're too far behind Doncaster. Let's jump into Division 2 now. Some interesting results. I think probably the biggest surprise, not necessarily a surprise, because I thought Heathmont's form has been really good, but they defeat Mulgrave 9-10-64 to 5-15-45 after a big first quarter. Disappointing from the Lions, who have been in some good form and were starting to pull together a nice month of football. Templestowe defeated Waverley Blues by 40 points, 12-5-77 to 5-7-37. Now there's some real question marks of where the Waverley Blues are at this stage.
Is that 3 losses in a row now?
Yes, three losses in a row, and again another low-scoring game from them, just 5 goals.
That margin's very surprising, though.
I agree.
It's a shocker.
I agree. That's not a great result for the Blues. Ringwood Lilydale 7-5-47. Ringwood to Lilydale 4-12-36. So they hold on by 11 points. That will come in handy for the Redbacks, considering their position on the ladder. East Burwood pumped the Basin 67-14.
So will that put Ringwood 4th on the ladder now?
I will tell you in 1 second.
Okay,
Bronya defeated Croydon, as we said, 36-21. So having a look at the ladder, Ringwood's actually dropped out of the top 5 due to percentage, and they're very tight between them and Templestowe. Templestowe sit 5th, the same amount of wins as Ringwood in 6th, but they're 1.63 more than Ringwood.
So that
not much in it.
That Mulgrave game will come in really
Yeah,
tight.
you're very big on that game in round 17. Mulgrave Ringwood.
It will dictate who will finish fifth spot. I reckon.
You don't think Mulgrave are safe?
Not at this stage. No, just
Not
judging after that loss to Heathmont.
Well, we're going to have a look maybe at the run home because we've got plenty of time. Baronia, Croydon, Waverley Blues, Mulgrave, Tempe, Ringwood, and Heathmont in 7th. They're a game behind Templestowe and Ringwood. The Templestowe win probably hurts their chances. They've got to beat Baronia on the run home if they're going to make it. It's just such a difficult run home for the Jets. But they keep themselves alive. That's all they can do. The Waverley Blues, remarkably, they're still in 3rd position and hold that double chance because Mulgrave slip up, but their percentage is just continually dropping. 95%. Mulgraves is on 93. Templestowe, yes, as we said, are in 5th. Ringwood 6th. So we might, if we've got time at the end, go through that run home and sort of predict from here. Division 3, the results today, having a look, not updating just yet. I know Donvale were big winners over Upper Ferntree Gully. There you go, 11-8-74 to 2-9-21. Ferntree Gully, 5-point winners over Coldstream, 4-7-31 to 3-8-26. That is a big win.
What was the Oracle? The Oracle predict that sort of margin for that one?
No, it didn't predict Ferntree Gully to get across the line against Coldstream. Big win for Kikes down there at Wally too. Yeah. They'll be celebrating that one tonight. Oakley District, Knox won by 34 points. Surrey Park, Fair Park. Surrey Park 43-point winners over Fair Park. Sylvan 46-point winners over Warrandyte. Let's have a look what that does to the ladder. Donvale locked up top spot. Surrey Park 2 games behind. Knox now moving to 3rd position. Coldstream 4th. Oakley 5th. And a very handy percentage for Knox, 143 to 126. Maybe you were right on that one, but we'll keep that quiet.
I'm telling you, Knox will finish 3rd.
Oh, well, you can say that, yes. You can
say that now.
You can say that now.
Well, I set it up pre-game.
Yeah, all right. Ferntree Gully are the side that, the only real side that could potentially jump into the 5, but looking at Oakley District's run home, they've got Surrey Park and Ferntree Gully at the end. So
that round 18 game could come
percentage is in favour of Oakley. So they're going to have to pull off an upset against Knox again.
Yeah.
They had one big upset. I just don't see them pulling off 2. If they do, then it sets up a massive final round of the season. But in saying that, I just don't see that happening, Ray, unless you can make a case for the Gully.
Sorry, Ray. That loss to Fair Park last week probably would have hurt their season.
Fair Park and Sylvan losses.
They've
blown a couple of chances, but big win today. Croydon North Emlock defeated Forest Hill by 16 points, 8-8-56 to 5-10-40. So a nice win there for the Kangaroos. I think that's their 3rd of the season. They'll move above Nuttawading and Forest Hill on the ladder, I believe. Chirnside Park, 10-10-70 to Whitehorse, 3-6-24. We're here today. I don't know why I'm reading that out again, but if you missed that result, Chirnside Park, big winners today out here at Kimberley Reserve. And Scoresby, 75-point winners over Kilsyth, 14-9, 93, 3-0, 18. That's a massive win for Scoresby. So you look at the ladder, top 2 is set. Scoresby and Chirnside Park, both on 11 wins. Whitehorse on 9 wins, Kilsyth on 8. And then Croydon North Emlock, Forest Hill and Nuttawading round out the ladder.
That's a really worrying loss for Kilsyth, though. I mean, they're in 4th place and they've been absolutely smashed. I mean, that's panic stations.
Look, on Friday, last Sunday, I said that it's going to be any one of those 4 can win the premiership. Well, I'm changing that today. I think Kilsyth can't win the premiership now. I think, but any of the other 3 can.
Yeah, I don't think Kilsyth can. And
no,
what's their run home?
Kilsyth?
Yeah.
I know they've got Whitehorse to finish off the season. I think they've got some winnable games ahead, but they're not going to finish above, above 3rd at best.
Yeah, so it's going to be an interesting run home. But I think after today's performance with Chirnside, I think they've well and truly locked it up, and they've got the easiest run home. I think they've got none a warning, then a bye. So there you have it there, and it's just going to be very hard for the other 2 teams to see where they go, because I think Whitehorse, they've got Croydon North next week, and then they've got Scoresby the week after. So another tough run for the Pioneers to finish off with.
So that's your weekly forecast, because you'll obviously change it like you do every 7 days.
What do you mean by that?
Hey? Well, that's a huge call right now to say they're going to win the premiership chance. So they were good. They were very good today. But then it's another day, and all season we've said how close it is. I'm prepared to wipe Chirnside out of the race now, but the other three, any one of those can still win the flag. There's no outstanding side. That bye, you said in the last game for Chirnside, it can work for them, but it can also work against them.
It's put them in a difficult position, as we discussed
That's right.
today.
If I was in Chirnside, I'd rather be playing that last round than having a bye.
Have you got a rebuttal, Blake?
No, I'm still going Chirnside. Still sticking with them. I've seen them. I've seen them 3 games this year, and what I saw today, what I saw last week, and that Scoresby game, I think they've just got their forward line. It's just got stars everywhere you go. Everywhere you look through there, there's stars everywhere. And we saw it today with Ben Slattery. You can put him in 3 different positions, and he delivered that for today. Like, he kind of set up the day for Chirnside. So there you go. So I'm still sticking with Chirnside for the flag this year. So, but again, it's a very even comp. But I think it's now a 3-horse race in Division 4.
That's a good point. I think Kilsyth are probably stretched too far for them to win the flag this season, but we've seen funny things happen before. Going back into Division 2, where we said the run home is going to be so interesting, particularly after Heathmont's win, Ringwood and Tempe both winning. Mulgrave, the side you think might not be safe just yet.
Yeah.
They've got some tough games. They've got Croydon next week. That's a tough one at Croydon Oval. Ringwood, as you said, at Jubilee Park, a big one, and then Templestowe to finish the game. So that's a tough run home. Templestowe, they've got East Burwood, Lilydale, Mulgrave. You'd expect them to win the next 2. Templestowe might now be safe in the top 5 after potentially being in big trouble. So
what's Ringwood's run home?
Ringwood's run home, just quickly having a look. They've got the Basin, Mulgrave, and Boronia. So they'll beat the Basin next week, you would imagine. Big game against Mulgrave. They would want to have that locked up before round 18.
Ryan, in my opinion, though, out of Tempe are more likely to drop one of those games against those lower sides than what Mulgrave would. Mulgrave would perform better against the higher sides. That's my opinion.
I agree.
So there's still that question mark over Tempe about their consistency of their form.
Yeah,
the way we talk about Mulgrave and have all season, as I touched on earlier today, is that we can't quite sort of make heads or tails of their performance this season, and a loss to Heathmont today has now probably along the lines of what Blake has been saying put things into question. And I know you guys are definitely keen to discuss this on the weekend recovery, but I just think if what I said earlier today was that if they can get a win today, then they can find some hope against Croydon, which obviously we saw what happened earlier this year. But now I sort of feel like maybe that momentum's not there because of a loss to a side that they definitely should have beat.
The way I read Mulgrave, though, Jono, is that they're an impact side. They win their games, and during a game, as I said earlier on, Ryan, it could be first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, whatever. Mm-hmm. But it is a 15-minute period in a game that Mulgrave go bang, bang, bang. They're an impact side, and that's the way they win their game. Today you're not going to have impact football because of the conditions. So I wouldn't read too much into Mulgrave's loss. I still like Mulgrave over Templestowe.
Yeah, I am still leaning towards Mulgrave. Waverley Blues run home. They've got Lilydale, Croydon, and the Basin, Brett. So you'd expect them to win probably 2 of those 3, but in saying that, they are in desperate need to find some form after another loss today.
Yeah, they certainly do. They're just such a surprising team. Like, you think, they're going to win this week and they'll lock it all up, but they just keep dropping games they shouldn't be losing. But of those last 3, definitely 2 wins on the board, but they'll have to win all 3 to have a chance, and probably hope some other results go their way.
Yeah, certainly right. It's going to be very interesting. We're wrapping it up here, Blake.
Yep. I think we're going to touch on Olympic start, boys. Are we all going to be tuning in on the screens of Channel 9? It's a big talking point in the world. Everyone's been talking about it. Are we all interested, or what are we looking for?
Go Boomers, that's all I can say.
Yeah,
Go
any of
Delhi.
you boys, Brian, Ray?
I'll watch it, yeah.
Yeah, what are you looking forward to?
I like the swimming because we've got a good swimming team. The Australian girls are always winning medals in our swimming side. So
Dolphins.
I'm not quite sure. Do we actually have other athletes in the games? Because if you listen to the media, It's the Matildas and nobody else.
No, the Boomers.
I'm so pleased they got belted last night. I hope they get loose next week.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
The big
Besto goes bang.
The big
Where's
thing
the
with
jingle?
Besto is Noble Park's changed his attitude. He don't mind his sides getting belted now.
Ray,
we didn't lose today. Oh, hang on, we didn't play.
What are you excited for the Olympics? What's your?
I'm not into it. I'm not now. I've seen that many Olympic games. I'm not into it. And as I said, Channel 9's got too much of it on at the moment.
You competed them back in 1956 at Melbourne, didn't you?
1956, I was only 10, mate.
1936, wasn't it?
Paul?
1956 it was, yeah.
I'll probably tune in and watch the Boomers tonight. I think it's, 7
o'clock tonight,
yeah,
prime time.
Delhi.
Yep, Delhi, Trey, coming.
Did anyone watch the opening ceremony? Apparently it went for 4 hours.
It did. Lady Gaga made an appearance
I
too.
didn't see it, but it was apparently they said 4 hours.
And Celine Dion.
And apparently everyone was on the sail ship. What about you, Lee? Are you going to be watching the Olympics?
Probably not. Kate will have it on here and there, but no. It was one of those interesting things I heard on the news just before we started today was apparently a new law that's come in France recently. Well, it's in France, isn't it? Paris. Is no alcohol being served without meals. So
It's happened before.
Good luck with that.
And apparently $13 schooners or you know.
Jeez.
So it's
That's
going to be
nothing that we're not used to be honest.
Yes, but I forgot to do it here, but I'm excited for the Boomers game. I've also found a new sport, boy. It's called
Blake, we've got
handball, but
we've got a minute left.
We'll hand it over.
Who we got on tomorrow, Ryan?
Me, yourself, and Josh, I believe. Josh Ward.
Okay, that's good. Right, wrap it up.
Let's go to John. Thanks to John O'Van for doing commentary with me. First game today. Well done, mate.
No worries. Thanks, Blake. It's
Special comments thanks to Ryan Long and Ray Baird.
Thanks, Blake. Well done. Well done, Jono.
No worries. Paul Laconey in the Stats Centre. Well done. Tremendous job.
Thank you.
And Brett Beston for braving it.
Well done,
Besto.
today.
Right on the boundary today, doing a terrific job.
Boys,
It felt kind of weird not being down there with you, Besto. But
and to Lee Green and Megan Green for doing the visuals today and everything else behind the scenes, doing a tremendous job with LKLM Media today. Terrific job. That's it from us. It was a big win from the Panthers today. They get home today, 70-24. Stay tuned. We got all of our podcasts and, of course, all the latest news. Tune in through social media. That's it from us. Hope you enjoy your footy. Have a good weekend.